Welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight, the ever long-necked individual, Futari.
That is I. Hello.
The ever horny individual, Greenline.
That is also me. Hello.
The ever foot fetishist in denial, Random.
Gross.
And Magical Girl Reese.
Me!
I like how Reese gave Futari like an intro music there.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
Your phone went off.
Oh, just because of your auto post on Discord.
I also feel like if you did transform, your eye would be nice and shiny and not bloodshot like
Yeah. Your eye should have more like sparkles in it.
Well, the blue has a lot of stuff in it that's not normal, so.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I wish there was a little chest hair peeking out or something. All right. So
I'll have to try that next time.
guess who doesn't even have the dock up? Whoa, how am I still
Not
so
it.
bad at doing this? Oh yeah. It picked the correct the correct banner image and everything. Ooh. All right, guys. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to head to OCApodcast.com/support, where you can give us copious amounts of money so that we may get into the black by 2030. Currently, we need 78.77 before the end of June to make that happen. Oh, yeah. You guys can donate directly via this little widget here. You can donate monthly, or you can donate once only. This perhaps takes the lowest amount of fees. So if you wanted to donate and wanted to make sure we got the majority of your money, that's the way to do it. You can also support us via our Patreon or our subscription. I'm on Ko-fi. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Where did that happen? How did that happen? There it is. Okay. The OCApodcast.com, patreon.com/OCA podcast. There's also, I guess we'll do the Ko-fi now and the subscribe star. So if you guys are looking to support us, those are the options. There are also a couple of indirect options, including affiliate codes and whatnot, but let's jump.
Also, the Anime Collector Patreon, but they'll never bill you. I can attest. Otherwise, they'd be broke as hell.
Yep. True. Although, once upon a time in the future, future upon a time? Once upon a at some point in the future, there may come a day when I un-ADD myself with the miracle of modern medicine and finish like 50 videos in a single afternoon. And then you will all be bankrupt. All right. But until that day, corporate America pulls back from Pride in 2025. No rainbow logos from big brands as June starts. Oh, God, I feel like perhaps I may have predicted this some 10 episodes ago. Oh, wait.
Sorry. My headphones were.
Oh, wait,
Pause.
I did. I fully expect to be shocked. Even though I'm expecting it, I still think I'm going to be shocked when Pride Month comes around and all of a sudden we see a dramatic drop in the number of companies pandering and changing their profile pictures to having the rainbow and shit, right? I think that is coming this year, right? And I don't think people are ready for all of a sudden not being sucked off for a whole month about random crap. You know what I mean? So there you go. Prediction accurate. I'm not going to bother to read this, but if you were to watch this video, Asmongold goes through a bunch of different corporate companies and shows that they did not change their banner on June 1st. Not even Starbucks. Bank of America.
Almost like after 5 or 4 years, they realized, oh, this isn't working out for us.
Yeah, it's
This
almost
is
like
actively losing us money.
Yeah.
we'll just
so there's a thing going around people are calling black fatigue, right? And there's another thing they've started to chain onto that. Oh yeah, gay fatigue. I'm getting tired of the gays, right? Like, so I'm just saying,
I think some of the gays are getting tired of the gays. Like,
oh, well, yeah, and the same with the black community, right? It's like the behavior of certain people within your group can be exhausting when they don't know when to shut up or stop, badgering everyone. You know what I mean? So this is where we are. I don't think we need to harp on it too much, but I will remind you that the OCA podcast is inclusive all year round on the special OCA Podcast Middle East Twitter, where we actually do cater to the gays with our extremely tasteful banner featuring every possible identity you could have. It doesn't show up here, but there's the Al Qaeda flag down here. So there you go.
Honestly, it's quite a shame that Aspen Gold didn't highlight us as a company that didn't change their logo.
So Enriv said, damn, did I miss Reese's well-animated transformation sequence?
Yep.
you did. It was amazing.
Unfortunately, he went live at our scheduled time, and I went live after our scheduled time. All right. Lady Phoenix says, Toronto Pride actually had a bunch of their sponsors drop this year. Yes, they did. And what did they do, Randy?
The city decided to fund the whole thing.
Well, but what happened when their sponsors dropped? What happened to them? Did they or did they not threaten boycotts?
Oh,
in
yeah,
repercussion?
yeah. The mayor also said stop shopping at Home Depot and all of the other previous sponsors.
I'm feeling that fatigue from here. All right. So, beyond this, you guys have anything you want to show for pickups?
Nope, I have no pickup.
I have one pickup, and I'm pretty sure I already picked it up, but I didn't check it off my list. The Cosmos Conqueror. Wow, I'm stuck. Hello, there we are. This is one of the skinnies that somebody broke the case for and stuck in a regular.
No wonder it looks jank as fuck.
Yeah. So anyway, that's it.
I have an update on one of my pickups that the anime collector, warned me against. Is like, hey, you better watch out for that. I just forgot to mention it the past like 3 or 4 weeks. Is that I noticed the quality of the One Piece DVDs that I did pick up is lacking as far as the physical. I just didn't,
I'm sorry. Did Green Line perhaps pick up the Amazon exclusive One Piece?
I did, and I was warned, hey, bootleg.
Those have been bootleg, yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't 100% verify, but the quality of the cases, I can't show it on camera because I don't think my camera could pick it up, but the quality is just not there.
Yeah.
It's cheap. That's when I noticed. I'm like, wait, the quality of these cases is ass.
Look, if we ever got the podcast, so I just want to say real quick that I had a week off, and before last podcast, which was last Sunday, I dominated. What the fuck?
Why was I was looking at it like, who's missing? Oh,
I
I'm
changed
missing.
the brands because I wanted to show a clip, but we kind of got into the next thing a bit too quick.
Well,
I guess Reese was kicked out on the other brand.
Anyway, I have been absolutely dominating the manifesto, like crazy progress.
That's why it's done, right?
Yeah. Well, I knocked out like 90% of the section I was in like 2 days last week, right? Friday, Saturday. And then that last 10%, holy shit, man, has kicked my ass. I should finish it probably tomorrow. But man, is that weighing on me, right? And then the hard thing about the podcast is that because it's so much work and so little reward in terms of like I can't quit my day job, obviously, kind of thing. it just takes absolutely forever to make progress on little things. But if we become profitable by 2030, that bootleg series will happen. All right, because if I could quit my damn job, right, I would definitely do the bootleg series, and I would get, because I have those One Piece sets you're talking about, the official ones I bought from Amazon, and the bootlegs, and that would be, definitely in the 1-to-1 section. So anyway, did you want to play a clip?
Sure, I'll bring it back because
Throw it back.
I figured
Goodbye, Reese.
there's no better time to
What
play
the
such a
fuck?
clip. Hey, it's StreamYard's fault, okay?
That's his magical grill ability. When he
That's the transformation.
He's the invisible woman.
Yeah. He teleports in and out.
But anyway, I just thought that, there's no more appropriate time than to play this clip now.
I'm game on now.
Happy Pride. Okay. We can go
All right. Okay. So let's get into the Discord pickups. Enriv, you got stuff from the Crunchyroll sale, including Welcome to Demon School Rumakun, Railgunt, and in Magical Index 3. God, there's a lot of that shit.
And there's a stupid penny that they gave out for people who ordered like $100 worth of stuff.
Yeah, I think I talked about that on one of my orders. I was shocked when it's like, you have an extra item.
Oh, yeah,
in
the
your
stupid
cart.
anime thing. Yeah.
I'm like, what? What's the extra item? Did I accidentally click on something else? And it's like, oh no. It's
What is this character?
Monica
Monica
Rial, I
Rial?
believe.
No, but is it a nun or an
I think-
exorcist?
Priest or something?
Yeah, priest.
She is a
Okay.
nun. Yeah.
Is this a common wardrobe scheme for priests or whatever in Japan? I don't know.
No idea.
The reason I ask is because the part of the manifesto I'm working on, I haven't included this, and I'm not sort of on the fence whether or not it'd be worth it too. But Willie Tiber's parents are wearing that outfit, like, and I'm like, wait a minute, that seems significant to something else. But if it is just like these are the Japanese priest clothes, then it's kind of has a different. Anyway,
You keep mentioning
the nun is the one named Index. Yeah, the
Oh, yeah.
manifesto is the Attack
And-
on Titan Twitter thread.
No, I know, and I'm thinking to myself, it's late at night. Julie's wanting you to come to bed, and you're just there like sitting at your desk, just like let Yagami style, just writing just writing. the
Pretty much,
manifesto
pretty
down,
much.
just like-
Well, I guess like the hard part is that I'm backing it up with like my theories and stuff that I want to share about what I think is happening in the ending are largely backed up by evidence from the show. And so articulating that and grabbing the screenshots and doing it's just like it's a hurdle,
And then going
And
through
I'll
all
take
that and
this-
finding something that debunks
Mhm.
everything you just spent an hour on.
Yep. Oh, an hour. Oh, if only, Reese. Try
I was
4 days of writing down the drain this last week.
I'm sorry, I was trying to be generous.
And I'll take this slice of Little Caesar's pretzel pizza and eat it.
Oh God, that sounds so wonderful, except for the part where it's June and I'm eating nothing but steak. All right, Enriv also picked up Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2, Zone of the Enders HD collection. Includes a demo of Metal Gear Rising. And Star Wars Force Unleashed. Is that the first one and second one? Cool. So how come some PS3 games have PS3 up here and some of them have it on the side?
The
I
one
think
on the
that's-
left is the old style, and then they just changed at a certain
Okay.
point.
So on the spine of the old style, it's red at the top. Is that just the old style?
Are we talking about like the greatest hits? I think there's also just like
Yeah, I've been
I think there's
looking.
also like the greatest hits too.
The reason I'm asking is because this last year, I bought. Motherfucker. I bought Silent Hill Homecoming, which was still purchasable, brand new, and it has the red PS3. God damn, that's hard to see. The red PS3 logo. And for me, as a collector, I don't want Save Edition. I don't want greatest hits. I don't want any of that bullshit. Right? Give me the original one that shows that I actually tried. Right? But as far as I can tell, this is not greatest hits. This is just the original. I found a YouTube video unboxing this from 16 years ago. I just have to assume the person got it when it came out because it came with a whole bunch of shit, like a shirt and bullshit. Like what the fuck? Anyway, so
yeah,
I'm
as
just,
anime collectors, we wouldn't know anything about that.
well, I'm just
the
saying
Nerd
that I'm just saying that
whatever bullshit that you bought.
I'm just trying to find out because I didn't collect games during the PS3 era. I'm retroactively going back and doing it. So anyway, all right. In other news, or in other pickups, I should say, NRIV also picked up Final Fantasy VII Advent Children on UMD. Nice.
Yeah.
Also, the Benchwarmers, Office Space, Hitch, Gankutsuo, the Count of Monte Cristo, and Beauty Shop.
I'm
that would have to
surprised
be
they-
like volume
Congrats?
1 of
Yeah,
Gackt.
yeah, volume
It
one.
is volume
Oh
one.
yeah, pardon.
I'm surprised. I never knew that they put like volumes of anime on
Yeah.
UMDs.
My
I got
friend,
Read or Die volumes like 1 and 2 on UMD for no reason or something like that.
Wow.
I don't know why you'd get these. Like,
yeah.
I
Explain
just
yourself.
don't know.
These must have been free. Beauty Shop, right?
I hope they're.
My friend Jeff, he when I first sort of met him and we were starting to hang out, he bought, I think, Trigun on UMD, and the actual disc itself said Trigun, but when you put it into the PSP, it was Helsing.
Wow.
Yeah. So
At least
I
you
like
got
how
the
it
color of
stands
the
for
coat,
Universal
right?
Media Disc when it only works on PSP.
right. Henry have also picked up God Eater 3 for PS4. Seb picked up SD on Blu-ray Hey Arnold, the
Die
complete
Complete
series. Yeah, nice. I have the complete Hey Arnold on DVD. Futnam, you picked up the Switch 2 GameCube controller?
And I do not have a Switch 2. Therefore, it is currently a paperweight because the
Wow.
PC drivers do not exist currently.
Congratulations. Randy, upstaging you.
Yeah.
You picked up the Switch
yeah.
2.
The kitchen sink.
I got the Switch 2, the standard edition, not with Mario Kart, because I picked up Mario
But you
Kart
did get
separately.
Mario Kart separately.
Yeah. I got the amiibo, the other amiibos in a later picture. Don't want to read you. Got the charging cord. I'm glad I got the charging cord because the old charging cord for the Switch 1 does not. It like it'll work, but it doesn't quite work.
It doesn't come with a charging cable.
The charging cable, you just mean a USB-C cable?
An extra AC adapter is what he
Okay,
means.
so there's there's a cable which is USB-C,
and then there's the brick,
and then there's
which
the
is this
brick.
Thing.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And so on the original Switch, it didn't detach. It wasn't like a brick and then a cable. It was all in one. It was a brick and cable.
And I'm guessing the Switch 2 requires a larger wattage or something?
Yeah, it takes
not all that much, but just very slightly. It's 20 volts at 2.8 amps as opposed to 20 volts at 3 amps.
So
but you have to buy it separately?
No.
Like it doesn't come with the brick?
So it comes with one, but what happened was I have it set up on my TV like with the dock. So I ran the cable behind my TV or the dock. And then I was sitting at my computer trying to do the system transfer, and it was like, we can't do the system transfer unless you plug it in. And I was like, okay, well, I'll plug in the original Switch power cord, and it'll work for like charging the Switch, but like it doesn't think it's plugged in with the Switch 1 power cord. So then I was like, oh, thank God I got this extra one. So then I opened that and plugged it in, and it was like, okay, now I can continue. Otherwise, I would have had to put it in the dock, and I didn't want to put it in the dock while I was doing the transfers because I didn't want to set it up on my TV yet. Anyway,
What?
I'm gonna go ride my dad's motorcycle.
and then I got the
Wow.
power or the Pro controller,
Is it
and I got 4
This jacket.
GameCube controllers.
You got
But-
4? I only
Yes.
had 2.
Well, I got 4, and
Maybe he didn't want to flex that hard, Reese.
yeah, I sent a
But
picture
did it
to
happen?
Putnam. Fine, I'll add the picture. I didn't open them all. That's why I only opened
I
2,
can
so I only put
verify.
2 here.
He did.
Yeah. So that's what's in this picture, right?
So, for my Mac, I use this bad boy. It's huge. I think it's the biggest one they make at 140 watts. And my MacBook requires so much power that if I use one of the ones that's smaller than this, especially the smallest one, that bad boy just delays the inevitable. That computer is not gonna keep going.
Yeah.
And when I plug this bad boy into an airplane, my outlet goes out. The airplane has a defense mechanism from wattage suckage, and it just shuts off my switch when I try to plug it in. So it sucks to travel with the big one. Anyway, yeah. So the trick, like literally, we have to do is plug it into the small one, but just leave the computer closed and let it charge for a bit, and then open it up and try to get some work done, and then close it again, right, and let it charge for a bit, because it eats more power than it recovers.
Yeah.
And then skipping all these things, so I don't have to read them. Oh, the new bookcase. Is this a Billy bookcase, or did you build it separate?
I made it from scratch.
Scratch. Well, the reason I asked if it was a Billy
pressed
bookcase.
You press the wood fibers into planks and everything.
Yep.
Nice.
I made it with my bare hands. I cut the trees. I punched it like a Minecraft block.
Nice.
So the reason I asked if this was a Billy bookcase is because Billy did a very short run of gray that was this same color, but with like orange accents, and it looked really nice. Like it was a really good look. Kind of reminded me of the acacia wood logs in Minecraft. But I'm like, why would anybody buy this for collecting purposes? Because you're not like, if it's such a limited run, you like, I better buy 10 or 11 right now, like better drop $1,500 just to get these right now.
I was saying this to Green Line, but so the one that you can barely see to the left of it, I have like what is it, 4 of those or something, and if I got a 5th one, it wouldn't fit in that space. So I literally had to custom make it the correct length. And I even add another shelf. You'll notice
Yeah, I see that.
there's an extra shelf, so I got more space with it. And there's no chance I was going to tone match it, so I just chose something that seemed like vaguely close to it off of my memory, which clearly wasn't good. But I mean, whatever. I'd rather it look like that than having like the default wood color. That would just look like, oh, you didn't even try. You just bought it at a freaking hardware store or whatever, and then.
I mean, I think the obvious answer is that now you just need to build ones to replace your existing ones that are the same color.
That would be nice, but good God, this is a lot more work than I thought. Mainly with like tons of sanding and what is it? Then the staining and urethane coats I had to do.
We found one of our neighbors put like a wooden chest out on like, bulk trash pickup. And we picked it up because my wife wanted a project to work on for the kids. And that shit has been a pain in the ass because it's it's fully like wood and stuff, like not cheap wood. It's really good wood. But there's like, it was fucking coated in paint and I think like, what do you call that? Slime. That's what they call it. It's like, and so this like kids like slime concoctions were stuck to it was It's been a headache. It's sitting right over there, like untouched for the last couple days. Like,
So yeah, needless to say, I'm not quite at the point where I want to put in that much work for one extra shelf per unit, so I'll stick with this for now. But now I have a full wall of shelving.
yeah, we've got restuff and Futkia.
On the topic of limited storage, like limited edition storage things,
Mhm.
I have the Detolf cases for my figure collection,
Mhm.
and I wanted to get more, and they went like super cheap at one point. They used to be like $100, and then they went down to like 60, and I'm like, oh, that's crazy. It'll be great when I have like some more bunch of those, and then they discontinued them, and now you have to
Rip.
buy like a different, more expensive.
Hmm.
Disappointed.
So you are showing more stuff here.
I just other stuff that came in
Read you.
since
Okay.
I posted that first picture.
This is the thing Reese has been nutting over this whole time for some reason.
The case.
The Riju.
Oh,
No.
read you.
No.
I don't know, but that is the last amiibo of the 4 Tears of the Kingdom ones that came out,
Mhm.
and then the case, and then the 2 Zelda games, Switch 2 editions.
I
I
had
have
3
the-
leaps in logic that I had to make to figure out why you even bothered with this. Because it's like, oh, you didn't want to spend the $10 for the upgrade kit. So then I'm like, wait, he's a Switch member, so he already has it for free. And then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, he's buying it because he wants a hard copy. So then
Mhm.
when the internet gets nuked, he can just pull it up offline, right?
No.
What? Why'd you buy it then?
See, your argument. Well, I mean, your argument, I guess, is okay. It is a valid point that.
Wow, Whitman says it's a valid point. When I say it, I'm being retarded.
When did you say it?
A long time back when we pre-ordered all this shit.
I don't know. I'd have to go back to a tape to see why I called you retarded and not Bedlam. But anyway,
It might not have been that exact word, but it was dismissed.
it is good to have the copy so that if the store goes down, it'll still work. But that is not why I particularly got these ones. It's just because I have an insane like I am insane for collecting it. Collection of
Zelda stuff.
Breath of the Wild, specifically Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom stuff. I have literally every release of the game. Like I have the Master Edition of Breath of the Wild. I have the Special Edition of Breath of the Wild. I have the Limited Edition of the Breath of the Wild. I have the original. I have the Wii U version. I have
You have the
extra
sword
one.
anal bead dildo combo pack edition.
He does have the vibrating master sword.
I have the extra one that came with the DLC on it. So, I was like, I may as well get these two.
So now that you have
cautionary
these,
tale over here.
Have you tested putting the Switch 1 cartridge in and seeing what it does for performance without the enhance? Oh, but you have the enhancements.
Well,
it just plays the same, basically.
I don't know if it automatically downloaded the enhancements. I haven't tried the game yet.
Wow, you're only the biggest fan in the world, but I haven't even tried the game.
Well, I actually lent my copy of Breath of the Wild out, so I don't even have it currently. The one that I opened. I have a bunch, but they're all sealed. The one I opened, I lent out. And Tears of the Kingdom, I don't really want to play on Switch 2 because I have my save file on my Switch 1 that is the version like one of the first versions of the game before they updated it that allows you to like basically do whatever you want. And so I want to keep that version. I don't want to update. So
tell us about the government building you're planning to bomb.
Yeah. These are the proof. Reese wanted proof.
That could be anything.
For
GameCube controller on that box.
That's what the box. If you bought one, that's what the box looks like.
Reese, on the other hand,
Yeah, and so
conservative purchasing.
no, I had 2 games and 3 amiibos shipped to the house here, and my neighbor picked them up off the porch for me, and he's not home.
Mm.
So this is what I have. I rebought Mario Party Jamboree just because
Oh, okay.
I'm selling the Switch to my mom, and then she's getting my copy with the.
I
ugly
just
cover.
love that. Like, I'm selling it to my mom. Like, and it's like, Mom, happy Mother's Day. No, $50.
If you were gonna rebuy it, why didn't you buy the Switch 2 version?
Because this way was cheaper. This was $55, like $52 plus tax, and then the Switch 2 upgrade was only $20, so it's like $72 plus tax, versus paying $80 plus tax for the Switch 2 edition. And that cover is horrible. That cover is awful.
They did the same thing with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It's cheaper to buy the Switch one and then upgrade it digitally than just to buy the Switch 2 version.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, I was smart.
I like $5-10 or something like that.
Yeah. So I got the Switch, obviously. It's in the case and Pro Controller and an extra AC adapter.
And now you can play your 4K games not at all.
Can you still play your Switch 1 games?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm not done talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you still play your Switch 1 games cross-play or whatever online with us?
I don't see why not.
I would imagine. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I see you've got your Super Mario Party Jamboree, which I have not even put into the Switch yet. And I didn't buy a Switch 2, and I don't plan to because I don't see a reason for it personally.
There's crossplay.
Okay, cool. All right. What are we going on to?
The thing I was telling you about earlier, I might have to dip out for 15 minutes to go down the street to get him whenever he gets home.
Right. So, Enriv said the Red 3 is just from that style. Greatest Hits didn't become a thing till the new style. So, Greatest Hits existed in PS2, though. That's why I was.
I think they're talking about the Greatest Hits for the PS3.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, the reason I brought it up is because I know about Greatest Hits.
They had Greatest Hits for PS1.
When I was a kid, yeah, those are the ugly green color, just like the Save editions.
The Namco Museum.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, my childhood best friend bought me Max Payne for my birthday one year, and he bought me the Greatest Hits version, and I never forgave him. But it's good to know that I've got the original version. Enriv says, I wound up returning all those PSP UMD movies because I didn't know my PSP was region 6 and the movies are region 1. What the fuck? The movies are region locked? You can't put stuff in pickups that you don't own, right?
Is this a federal crime?
Yes.
Andrew, go back and delete that post now.
That's all right. The store I went to also had Oh My Goddess, the movie in UMD, but that shit was $80. The rest of them were all super cheap. Fuck, man. That shit's not even worth it, even if it was 4K Ultra HD. Like, that shit sucks. And I don't see why this is relevant. So I'm going to move past that, and we're going to go into our first major topic. All right.
Whoa.
I'm not screen sharing.
We got our first kick comment.
Oh my god.
Which is a bot.
It's a bot. Imagine all these places that just are bots, right? Like they're not actually worth it, to stream there because the only viewers are bots.
You guys can watch us on Kick and give us slightly more watch revenue with that. Go ahead.
I would actually prefer it if you stuck around on YouTube. All right. Child's new Pardon. This is what happens when I try to read off the screen shared window instead of the window I'm screen sharing. Japan's new child support fee branded a singles tax despite officials' protests. Japan plans to introduce the Child and Child Care Support Fund in April 2026, a new financial burden for working adults, conveniently added to health insurance premiums. Though officials insist it's not a singles tax, social media users aren't convinced, especially when the only ones receiving benefits are parents. So that means everybody is paying the tax, but the only people benefiting are the ones who have kids, right? Because I was thinking for a second, like, how do they even know if you're single? But they don't mean single. They just mean without kids, right? As if inflation and stagnating wages weren't enough, Japan's government has found a creative new way to charge the public for its demographic failures. A mandatory child and child care support fund coming in 2026. The plan? Everyone, regardless of whether they have children or plan to, will pay an extra 350 yen to 1,650 yen monthly based on income through their health insurance premiums, all for the noble cause of reversing the country's plummeting birth rate. It's so funny because, like, literally, this will have the exact opposite effect, I think, right? Because if the problem is that people can't afford to have children, you're not going to make it any more accessible when now they have to pay even more. And the irony here is that they're saying it only benefits people who have kids. But if you have kids, you are therefore paying for health insurance for yourself, your spouse, and your kids. Therefore, increasing the amount you have to pay. I mean, assuming, boy, my connection is not great today, is it? Okay. Assuming that that you end up getting, like perhaps your premiums go down if you are paying for kids. I don't know. This is strange. The scheme, now being nicknamed the singles tax by frustrated citizens online, is framed as a collective solution to Japan's aging and shrinking population. But make no mistake, the only ones seeing a yen of benefit from the system are families with children who will receive increased child allowances, pregnancy and birth-related lump payments, and expanded support for maternity leave and shortened work hours. That's an interesting idea. I don't see how it would work, right? Giving people less work hours because they have kids, Officials are quick to stress that it's not a new tax, but a support fee. Oh, you know what I just realized? I'm like, why does it feel so different than normal? But a support fee distinct from health insurance, and definitely not targeted at singles, despite the optics. The justification: broader participation, sustainability of the insurance system, and vague appeals to intergenerational support. Apparently, forcing all working adults to pay for children they didn't have is now considered equitable. Low-income individuals and minors will be eligible for exemptions or reductions, and children under 18 on national health insurance won't be charged. Okay, well, that makes sense. But for everyone else, especially the chronically overburdened single earners, it's just another monthly deduction with a smiling government sticker slapped on top. What do you guys think? Is this going to change anything when it comes to the birth crisis? Am I here? Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, okay. Can't hear, and I'm not here. Great. Okay. Quote, I have never purchased rice. Japan's agricultural head says he gets it for free and flip-flops. Public dealing with rampant price increases for rice. Unhappy with ministers, I think I should say ministers, claim he gets more than he can eat from political supporters. This is perhaps the most tone-deaf politician faux pas that I have ever seen. People in Japan are struggling with rapidly rising consumer prices for just about everything. But the most prominently painful price increase of all is for rice. Up until about a year ago, it wasn't hard to find a 5 kilogram or 11-pound bag of rice at supermarkets for around 2,500 yen or $17.25 US. but the price has roughly doubled since then. Skyrocketing rice prices are a major problem for a number of reasons. Even setting aside its cultural significance in Japan, rice is the foundation of the Japanese diet. It's an especially key expense for households who need to budget their food spending by cooking at home and stretching recipes, including those in low-income jobs. With large families of children and possible cohabitating grandparents and senior citizens on fixed incomes. So when Taku Eto, the Japanese government's Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries, was speaking at a seminar and fundraising party for the Liberal Democratic Party, of which he's a member, naturally the topic of rice price came up. So what pearls of wisdom or words of compassionate encouragement did this man, who's been tasked with helping the nation's people cope with the soaring cost of their traditional staple food, have ready in response? Quote, "I've never purchased rice, honestly." My highlights are gone. Fuck. God damn it. Oh well, that's all right. That startling lack of life experience alone would be enough to make many question whether Eto has the perspective necessary to truly empathize with what regular people are going through, or to understand how to address consumer concerns. But please hold your exasperated groans until the end, as he then went on to say, quote, "I receive a lot of rice from my political supporters, and have so much of it in the food storage space at my home that I could sell it." So yes, Japan's agriculture minister, in the middle of the most painful rice price increases in a generation, said that he's never once purchased any with his own money and gets more than he needs as part of political donations. Predictably, to everyone except Eto himself, apparently, his remarks haven't been well received by the general public, for whom having political cronies give you stuff for free isn't exactly viable budgeting advice. On May 19th, the day after the fundraising party was held in Saga City, Eto held a press conference in which he tried to extract himself from the mess he'd created, saying, quote, "I overstated the situation by saying that I have enough rice that I could sell it. I believe there is room for criticism, and I did not show enough consideration for consumers." During the press conference, he also claimed that he actually does regularly purchase rice. But while he said he regretted having made statements that did not reflect his actual situation, he asserted that, quote, "rather than a retraction, this is a correction." It's a pretty bold linguistic maneuver to not only say, quote, "I've never done this thing," but to even tack on emphatic "honestly" on the end of it, then come back the next day and say, "Oh, actually, I do that all the time, but I don't need to take back what I said yesterday." Apparently, Eto's colleagues at the national government level weren't particularly satisfied with his correction either, as the topic came up again during a meeting of the House of Councilors Budget Committee later that day. This time, Eto reversed course and with even more gusto, saying, quote, "I just bought rice at the supermarket last week." He also admitted, though, that his comments during the fundraising party were inappropriate for someone in his position, and that speaking with reporters at the press conference a short while ago, I corrected and retracted my statement. So to recap, Eto went from, quote, "I have never bought rice," to "I buy rice regularly," to "I just bought rice last week," and from "this isn't a retraction" to "I retracted my statement." Eto hasn't said how something he supposedly does frequently, and as recently as last week, somehow completely slipped out of his memories, or alternatively, how he expected, quote, "I have never purchased rice" to mean anything other than exactly that. He has said, though, that he has no intention of resigning from his position as the guy who's responsible for making sure people have enough rice to eat. Japan's top agricultural politician resigns after the backlash, saying he's never paid for rice. And my highlights are gone. Motherfucker. We're going to skip over a bunch of this. Taken together, Eto's statements statements show a lack of experience. Taken together, Eto's statements show a lack of life experience, empathy, and /or basic communication skills. None of which are the things you want to find shortages of in someone whose actions and decisions have a significant influence on the population's well-being. With opposition party politicians now openly questioning Eto's qualifications and considering banding together to submit a motion of no confidence against him on Wednesday morning, 3 days after making his fundraiser comments, the embattled minister went to a private residence of Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. At the meeting, Eto offered his resignation, effective immediately, quote, "With the people of our country currently struggling with rising prices, the remarks I made were grossly inappropriate for the minister in charge. I deeply apologize for the people of the nation." Apologize to the people of the nation. Eto said during a press conference after stepping down from his position, adding, quote, "I came to think that I am perhaps not the appropriate person to continue in the top position. Eto's replacement, another member of the Liberal Democratic Party, has already been appointed, Shinjiro Koizumi, son of former Prime Minister Junichiro Koizumi, who has taken over the role. The younger Koizumi's credentials include serving as Minister of the Environment from 2019 to 2021, and hopefully also having bought rice at some point in his life." It continues. The new agricultural minister was named, the guy we just talked about, and thousands make the same joke online at once. And my highlights are gone, motherfucker. We're bringing sexy back to farming. Okay, so this guy once made a statement, I believe. I think this is the guy. Yeah. He said when he was the environment minister, I think we covered this too. He said that fighting problems like climate change need to be made fun, cool, and sexy. And unfortunately for him, although he used it properly in English, the Japanese did not understand and thought he meant we literally need to make it like an environmentalism fetish.
Well, I mean, some Peace Corps people probably do that.
Mm. He also is the guy.
Did you guys ever watch? What was it? Without a Paddle, I think it was.
I never saw it.
No, there's a scene where there's, if I'm getting the movie correctly, they're lost in the woods, and they find like two hippies that are like naked up in a tree, like two girl hippies. Oh. And they were with Greenpeace and whatever, and they were trying to protect the tree from getting chopped down.
Mm-hmm. Is that it? Okay. And it was like a fetish because they were naked?
Well, I mean, it wasn't really a fetish, but it was sexualized eco-terrorism.
So this guy, Koizumi, is known as the guy who made it so everyone had to pay around 3 yen to get a plastic bag at stores. And so everybody's response was, crap, now we're going to have to pay for the rice bags. Are they going to charge us for rice bags next? Let's skip over a couple of these. He's probably going to lower the price of rice by charging for the bags, right? In distant second place in terms of jokes were made about making rice sexy. They basically go on to say that, what number of tweets arose in only the matter of a few hours and all that. Anyway, getting on to the place where this all culminates. Japanese people demand that Gackt taste the government's old rice. This is where it just gets wild. Like, Japan is out of good ideas for handling all the problems that they have. Society is suffering from a global economic downturn, and that's affecting the population crisis. There are just no solutions, right? The economy must crash in order for it to restabilize and to kind of fix itself, right? But they're doing everything they can to prevent that from happening, just like the United States and every other country. But it is the thing that is going to be necessary long term, right? So they say Japanese people demand that Gackt taste the government's old rice. This is where they want Gackt to go way down to kokomai. With rising rice prices reaching critical mass, newly appointed agricultural minister Shinjiro Koizumi has made it his personal mission to bring the prices down. To do this, he has authorized the release of stockpiled rice, which will be sold through select retailers. She's not in here.
I know, but you have a whole bunch of packs that you don't.
Yeah, are they food? I don't know what they are. Your mom ordered them. Just bring them in.
What?
Just bring them in the house.
Okay.
There you go. I saw Amazon coming up, and I'm like, oh fuck, somebody's gonna come in and bug me. So the stockpile, what did I say? He has authorized the release of stockpiled rice, which will be sold throughout select retailers. However, this stockpile includes rice harvested from the past 4 years. Rice classification dictates that rice harvested last year is known as shinmai, or new rice. And rice from the year before that is komai, or old rice. And with each preceding year, a ko is added. So in this case, the oldest stockpiled rice is old rice, komai, from 2021. Japanese people, by and large, are deadly serious about their rice, since it's generally eaten multiple times a day, every day. So the prospect of eating old rice is not very appealing, and some in the industry have even scoffed at it, saying that it's meant for livestock feed rather than human consumption. To dispel these criticisms, Koizumi held a press conference on the 30th of May, during which new rice, old rice, old rice, and old rice were all cooked the same way and given out for a taste test to see if people could tell the difference. Koizumi himself ate them all and remarked, frankly, they were all delicious. Judging by the reaction...
Do you agree with making him eat the old rice?
What do you mean?
Do you think that they should have made him eat it?
The minister in charge of agriculture?
Well, I mean, you were saying that the people wanted him to eat it, and then
the people want Gackt to taste test.
Oh,
Gackt is a Japanese J-rock star.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're getting to that. Gackt is he was part of a group, I think. Was it?
Wasn't he what part of the third season's first opening
for Attack on Titan?
Yeah,
that was Yoshiki and Hyde.
Hyde. Okay, yeah, I'm taking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Random 11, don't you have Gackt, man?
I forget. He was part of a band. Was it Malice Miser? Yeah, I think he might have been part of Malice Miser. But he's kind of like one of those Japanese rock stars that you look at him, you're like, oh, at least 30 anime characters are inspired by this guy's looks, you know? But yeah, so we're about to get into that. Judging by the reaction online, however, many people were still not convinced. It's understandable since no one really has a sense of Koizumi's gourmet sensibilities to trust his judgment. Instead, people are demanding that musician and actor Gackt be the arbiter of taste. The reason is that, aside from being a major entertainer in Japan, Gackt's other claim to fame is as a juggernaut on the television show Gainojin Kakuzuke Check, a game show where celebrities must distinguish between high-class and low-class art, music, craftsmanship, dance, and cuisine. Despite the wide range of arts and culture, Gackt has maintained a perfect individual record over several years and cemented his position as an indisputable man of taste long ago. Gackt has lost in team competitions, though, because of his partners Daigo and Golden Bomber's Shokyuin. Here, they both are simultaneously guessing kangaroo meat was Michelin grade sukiyaki and eliminating Gackt from competition. Hardcore Gackt heads might point out that Gackt stopped eating rice decades ago, but that doesn't seem to matter because in an episode of Gainojin Kakuzuke Check just last year, he was able to correctly identify a seafood rice dish made by a Michelin-starred chef because of the texture in the grains. And so, because of his superhuman powers of taste, Gackt is perhaps the only person in Japan no one would dispute if he said old rice tasted just as good as new rice if online commenters are anything to go by. Quote, why didn't they invite Gackt to the tasting event? I remember Gackt said he preferred chilled old rice, and he's right because it has more nutritional value. He really knows his stuff. If they could fool Gackt with old rice, then everyone would buy it. Gackt would be able to tell right away. I would believe whatever Gackt said about it, good or bad. Gackt would probably spit it out after one bite. But most people aren't Gackt anyway and probably wouldn't notice the difference. The last comment brings up a good point. If Gackt says a certain food is great or not, I'd believe him, but it doesn't mean I'd be able to tell the difference myself. It also kind of makes you wonder if his unique ability is more of a curse than a gift, if he can tell so easily when something is disappointingly not up to par. I guess I'll just be happy in my blissfully ignorant world of only being able to distinguish premium Black Thunder chocolate bars as Gari Gari Kun Ice Pops. Wow, what a reach for an ending. I don't know.
All I have to say is, why is it bad when a simple Yakuza guy wants to acclaimed Yakuza guy. I don't think it was actually a Yakuza guy, but a Yakuza guy. But when he wants to test out, he's worried about the ability of a razor to cut hair, and he wants the staff member to test the razor. But and that's bad. But when the citizens have questions about the quality of the rice, they force everyone to eat the rice first. I'm just saying. I don't know. It seems equivalent to me, you know.
Makes sense to me.
I thought you were going to say that Gackt Man is your hero.
Cue the spider sense clip.
Yeah. He spells his name with a C, and that's different. So
So is he the rice god? Pretty much, apparently. They do have foreigners working their fields like the people in the U.S. Wow. I think there'd probably be a better Japanese economy if the Japanese held most of their jobs, but that's just me. And especially if they weren't doing what the U.S. Workers do, where they send that money back home to Mexico, right? Because then the money leaves the U.S. He has taste in good food. Yep. All right. So, in convention news, before we get into the real meat of the show, no more using real katanas for tourism activities, Japan's National Police Agency says. Johnny Somali, you have ruined it for all of us.
I'm surprised you can actually get a real katana or a working katana. Like,
it's for the for these bad boys, right?
Yeah.
Popular program and birthplace of samurai martial art Iaido forced to retool. The town of Maruyama in Yamagata Prefecture bills itself as the birthplace of Iaido, a martial art that focuses on drawing a sword from its scabbard and striking in one smooth, swift motion. Iaido is said to have been developed by the 16th century swordsman Hayashizaki Jinsuke Shigenobu, who hailed from the... Where the fuck do you get three names, Mr. Japanese guy? Who hailed from the area and enshrined... is enshrined at the town's Kumano Iai Shrine. I'm pretty sure this was called Bato Jutsu, right? From Rurouni Kenshin. The act of drawing your sword so that it can be guided by the sheath and therefore pulled with lightning fast precision. Seeking a way to share this aspect of its culture with visitors, in 2017, the Maruyama Tourism Association came up with the idea of offering lessons in which travelers would learn. Let's go ahead and play this. Would learn the history and fundamentals of Iaido, culminating with a test of their skills in which they would wield an actual sharpened katana and attempt to slice through a tatami reed practice target, a training activity known as tame shigiri, or practice cutting.
Yeah, but that involved handing that out to like Americans. It was like they trusted Americans with this shit.
Yeah, you trusted Karens. It's a unique and dynamic way to experience traditional Japanese culture firsthand, and the program quickly proved to be a big hit, especially among foreign travelers visiting Japan. The Murayama program even received an award for excellence in sports and culture tourism from the Japanese government in 2020. 5 years later, the Japanese government said, hey, not so fast. Return your award. Following the Murayama's success, a number of other places in Japan with samurai heritages of their own started similar tourism programs with Tameshigiri as the highlight event. When Murayama was first considering including Tameshigiri as part of its Iaido lessons for tourists, they ran the idea by the Yamagata Prefectural Police, who said that it wouldn't be a problem as long as it was sufficiently supervised. Prefectural authorities in other parts of Japan with Tameshigiri inclusive lessons apparently felt likewise. But last December, Japan's National Police Agency informed the country's prefectural police forces that it finds such programs to be in violation of Japan's firearm and sword control law, on the grounds that letting groups such as unspecified numbers of tourists use registered sharpened swords for temporary entertainment purposes is fundamentally not allowed. Murayama has since pivoted to Tameshigiri demonstrations in which the Iaido lessons instructors are the ones doing the cutting with sharpened blades. But the head of the city Tourism Association laments that something that had been a major draw had to be eliminated. A martial arts instructor in Akita Prefecture, whose dojo also previously offered lessons for travelers that included Tameshigiri, similarly says that without it, lessons are receiving fewer reservations. Despite swords being a popular symbol of Japan's historical culture, they're strictly regulated in modern society. This is, after all, the country where you could be arrested for having a certain officially licensed piece of Harry Potter merch. Dear God, you guys are reaching. Thankfully, Murayama's Iaido lessons are still being offered, though without Tameshigiri, and hopefully you'll be able to capture enough interest to help preserve the tradition in a vibrant, participatory way so that it doesn't become a mere relic of the past. Holy fuck, have we battened a 0 on these articles today? Jesus Christ.
What Harry Potter merch are they talking about, though? I'm so confused.
The Godric Gryffindor sword, we covered the article, remember? They had to recall it because it was found. Yeah.
Okay.
At least we got a 10 out of 10 on that one right here.
On this one, yeah. Although all of my highlights appear to be gone. So Crunchyroll heads to Anime Expo 2025 with new anime premieres, panels, and more. Yay. And also, oh fuck, for me. So on day one, Thursday, July 3rd, from 10 a.m. to 12, they're doing the Crunchyroll morning premieres that are going to include Let This Grieving Soul Retire, don't care. Dekken no Mogura, The Earthbound Mole, don't care. A Couple of Cuckoo Season 2, don't care. And the world premiere of May I Ask for One Final Thing, which is the one that the full title is basically Let Me Smack This Bitch or whatever. Omnio Kaiten Rebirth Verse Special 2 episode premiere. So from 12:30 to 1:30, they're going to show 2 episodes of this show. Is that the premiere of it, right? And then Clevitas is getting a 1 hour premiere, which I don't know how that's any different from special 2 episode premiere. unless the first episode is just an hour long, like ReZero or whatever. Clevitus follows the titular Demon King, who is being hunted by 13 heroes, including Alicia, who has dreamt of being a hero since she was a kid. After trying to slay the Demon King, the heroes call blah blah blah. Yeah, so that doesn't tell you anything more. It's just a 1 hour premiere. Rising of the Shield Hero Season 4 guest panel. That's going to be at 3:30 p.m. It says here you have a chance to experience exclusive content alongside episode 1 with the talent behind the anime. So it sounds like they are going to show episode 1 of season 4 of Shield Hero. RIP, fuck you, Manifesto. Get done already. Solo Camping for 2 special premiere. This is going to be from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. All of these all of these so far are going to be in the Platinum Ballroom, which is in the JW Marriott. I think it's the 3rd floor. So Solo Camping for 2. And then there's going to be
the sequel to Solo Leveling.
No.
Yes. Leveling through camping, right?
I could make a joke for something that happens in 323, but I'll hold back.
So there's also going to be a premiere of the new anime based on the webcomic Let's Play. We'll look a little bit more about this in anime news. And then this is the one that pisses me off the most. From 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., Crunchyroll evening premieres. So this is kind of like the thing where they're like, yeah, just come for this random bullshit that we're going to show from 10 to 12. Yeah, so from 8 to 10, they're going to show Rent a Girlfriend Season 4. Gag me with a spoon. I don't want to see that. To Your Eternity Season 3. No, I haven't seen any of it. And Nyaight of the Living Cat. And more. I want to see this for a first impression so bad. No fucking way am I going to watch it at 10 o'clock, right? Like, there's no way I'm going to get away with making my in-laws watch my kids that long. Then the following day, on July 4th, Freerun Beyond the Journey is going to be in the Main Event Peacock Theater. I've never even been in that room. Is that in the...
Well, they can't even say the name. Freerun Beyond Journey's End.
No. Beyond the Journey is the name of the panel.
Well, that's dumb.
It's not a screening.
I know.
It's a conversation with some of the cast and staff. Oh, it's so funny. We were talking about the Anime Awards last podcast and how people said that Freerun should have won. I was noticing on the back of is this it right here? Did I accurately grab that?
Yeah, you showed it
I showed it in Discord. But...
It's like Anime of the Year by some website.
Yeah,
Anime of the Year material.
Anime of the Year material was written on the back of the Blu-rays. I thought that was so fucking funny. Anyway, I'm gonna put this back before I break something. God damn you! Go in there. All right. Anyway, yeah. So this is seemingly not going to be a premiere for anything. It's just going to be a panel about it. Apothecary Diaries Season 2 is having a guest panel that also doesn't appear to have... It says they're going to do a live dub exclusively for Anime Expo audience. But the people doing the live dub are Yuki Aoi and Seto Asami. So I just don't know how much that's going to be interesting.
That sounds like the Japanese voice actor.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna record their lines live, but they're gonna do it for the Japanese version. So who fucking cares?
Season 2 would be already, or I think season 2 would already be done by then. I thought.
It just seems retarded. Like, what the fuck? Okay, and then on Saturday, July 5th, Dr. Stone is going to have the Future Core 2 premiere at 2 p.m. to 2:50, also in the Main Events Peacock Theater. And then My Dress Up Darling with the cast join the Japanese voices of Marin Kitagawa and Wakana Gojo from the hit manga turned anime My Dress Up Darling. Hear how they got involved with the anime and get ready for an exciting live dubbing performance from Hina Suguta and Shoya Ishige. Who the fuck cares? What is this, Crunchyroll? Oh my God. You couldn't get the goddamn voice actors that you employ to show up and do a live dub of season 2? Oh my God. Why? And then also they're having an industry panel. No one could give a shit. And then on the last day, Kaiju number 8 panel, just a conversation and a special surprise as excitement builds for season 2. Who fucking cares? And then wrapping up the whole event in Petrie Hall at 12 p.m. on the 4th day, Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, special premiere with cast and staff. Don't miss your chance to hear from the legendary voice actress Megumi Ogata. Wow. Shinji's going to be there. Voice of the titular Hanako-kun and Shota Komatsu as they talk about their experiences working on the anime Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. There might even be a special sneak peek at an upcoming episode for those lucky enough to attend. Oh my God. Could I be one of the lucky ones to get Toilet Bound Hanako-kun on the last fucking day when the place is a goddamn ghost town? Dear God, no. Yeah, I don't know. Not excited about that whatsoever. However, Gackt announces a July 6th premiere in a global premiere event with the new trailer. Guess where it's going to premiere? In America, July 4th at 10 a.m. at Anime Expo, with creators Kei Urana and Hideyoshi Ando will also join panels at Anime Expo along with series producer Naoki Yamano. So far, for me, and if you guys have any like input you'd like to say, like, hey, you should go see that, I'm planning to go to the July 6th premiere of Gackt. No, I'm sorry. Not July 6th. July 4th at 10 a.m. I wouldn't mind seeing Clevitus. I'd like to see Solo Camping and Let's Play. But this one gets tricky because this one ends at 6. This one starts at 6:30. And they're both in the Platinum Ballroom, which means I got to hustle my little butt to the parking garage to film and then hustle my little butt back to get the Let's Play. But if this is a premiere of just one episode, I can watch the episode and then leave during the panel portion, film, and then come back just in time for Let's Play. So that's probably what I'll do for this one. I think this is probably too late. I probably won't be able to do this one. My wife, she's not like a big fan or anything, but she read the webcomic for this back in the day when it was coming out. Dear Lord, can you believe it? Another bot on Kick. Why doesn't everybody stream to Kick? That's where all the viewers clearly are. I'd like to see Night of the Living Dead, or the Night of the Living Cat rather. But I just don't know that I can make that one because it's too late. This one doesn't sound like it's going to actually have thing there, and I don't give a shit about the rest of them. So anyway, those are my current thoughts. Meanwhile, allow me to show you what's currently happening in Los Angeles. Allow me to screen share this with audio. God damn it. Let me stop screen sharing. Now, California is one of those states where they will cut off their nose to spite their face, right? And right now, there have been ICE raids in the Fabric District in LA, which is about a 10-minute walk east from Anime Expo. And people have lost their fucking minds. And under normal circumstances, I would expect these riots to dissipate by the time Anime Expo rolls around. But because we live in current year and everything is about sticking it to Donald Trump, I fully expect them to expand and get worse. I almost expect Anime Expo to get canceled because the convention center will get burned to the ground before it even happens. But we'll see.
Would that be a load off your plate, though?
So here is what is currently going on in LA. Got him. The footage I'm gonna get from AX is gonna be so lit, though. Like,
Like going to be Escape from LA.
cosplayers throwing up from the smoke and the tight costumes. I probably need a new windshield and possibly several other parts to my car. I've been seeing, you know, those ye old pallets of bricks showing up in LA. Fuck you, minivans. Half of these are police vehicles, and the other half, they're just like, yeah, fuck that van. Ye old cultural enrichment and the good old Elevate. Oh! It was a trap! It just keeps going, man. So I'm going to head to the Army surplus store on Friday and see about picking up a bulletproof vest. You know, just in case.
Yep.
That guy somehow got one of their riot shields. Imagine that's in my pickups after AX. Oh, I found this riot shield on the ground. So yeah, that looks like fun, huh? Anyway.
I don't live in California.
Yep.
Although it looks like it's so much fun.
Rub it in, why
Isn't
don't you?
Yeah, Greenland. I don't know if it's you probably experience worse where you live.
No, actually, I've been relatively fine because I live in the upper areas of California. So,
Well, yeah, but don't you live somewhat near like San Francisco area?
no, not really.
Okay.
San Francisco is, let's see, I want to say that's like 2 hours away from me.
So before we go back to screen sharing, I need to test upload a video real quick. So remember I was saying that the little widget to copy the link is broken on YouTube embeds? Turns out, actually, it just the button I was thinking of is before you hit play. Once you hit play, it switches to share instead of copy link. Okay, test uploading something and screen sharing. Also, well, I'll talk to you about it later. Doesn't matter. Okay, Lupin the Third, Zenigata to Futari no Lupin. Anime web episode has released its main trailer. Are you guys ready to watch it?
I'm ready.
You better be ready because it's happening whether you're ready or not. As soon as I find it. Can you switch to intros and ads? It's locking me out again. Fucker. Thank you. Here it is.
爆破テロで何の罪もない市民が巻き込まれた。許しがたい暴力だ。
最後の警告だ。ルパン三世には関わるな。
ルパン三世をこの手で捕まえる。これは俺にしかできない任務だ。
あなた、私の知ってるルパンじゃないわね。
お前は
I'm a Nazi villain, Lupin the Third. Boom.
この世に俺が2人いたとは初耳だ。
どうやらこの国はお前を始末したがっているようだな。
お互い命日にならないことを祈りましょう。
裏にいるのはどんな大物だってんだ。
どこの誰かは存ぜぬが挨拶しておく必要があるな。
何の価値もない小さな命一つ守れない正義など。
なんでそこまでする。
お前こそなぜ盗む。
私は一介の警察官。目の前の犯罪者を逮捕する、それだけだ。
タフな野郎だ。
What do you think?
Looks
like a good time.
I'm feeling a lot of
Red
like
versus
green,
red
yeah,
versus
green
green.
versus. I think
Green
it's
versus
green
red,
versus red. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that one, but I don't know.
I hear that.
Yeah. I feel like if it was dubbed, I'd like it better. Just to like.
I hear that as well. Yeah. Yep.
Like if they got Tony Oliver to voice one and then Keith Silverstein to voice the other one.
That would be awesome. Get on that. Podcast magic.
And on Blu-ray. Come on. Like the last bit of that one does look awesome. Like the all like hand drawn like style sketchy kind of thing going on with that fight on the roof. But yeah.
Yeah, so an airport bombing in the Soviet Union.
What?
A land of extreme cold. The suspect emerges as Lupin III. However, the other Lupin, whom Zenigata has cornered, insists on his innocence. Zenigata, man of justice, confronts the mysterious fake Lupin. All right, so that's going to show at their YouTube channel, right? But at least I think so.
Hopefully with subtitles. That'd be cool.
It will stream on Japanese streaming services on June 20th. Yeah, so I'm hoping that this will show up at Anime Expo. That would be amazing. I'd love to see that. In other news, 250,000 Cyberattacks exploit Gen Z's love for Naruto and anime. In a revelation that's as surprising as finding filler episodes in a shonen anime,
What?
cybersecurity firm Kaspersky reports that over 250,000 cyberattacks have been disguised as popular anime content. Cyber criminals are exploiting the fervent devotion of Gen Z fans to series like Naruto, Demon Slayer, and Attack on Titan, luring them with promises of exclusive episodes and leaked scenes. According to Kaspersky's findings, between Q2 2024 and Q1 2025, there were 251,931 attempts to deliver malware or unwanted files under the guise of popular anime titles. Naruto led the pack with 114,216 attack attempts, followed by Demon Slayer with 44,200 and Attack on Titan with 39,433. Other targeted series included One Piece and Jujutsu Kaisen. The modus operandi is as old as the internet itself. Bait fans with tantalizing offers of unreleased content, then deliver malware instead. It's the digital equivalent of a Trojan horse, but instead of Greeks, it's filled with keyloggers and ransomware. Kaspersky notes
Close enough.
that over 65% of Gen Z regularly watch anime, making them prime targets for such schemes. The emotional investment in these series creates a vulnerability that cybercriminals are all too eager to exploit. In response, Kaspersky has launched Case 404, an interactive cybersecurity game aimed at educating Gen Z about online threats. The thing that I find the funniest about this is that they think there's anything to steal from Gen Z anime fans, right?
I don't know who's going on the internet and downloading Naruto episode 1.exe and then running that.
Mm.
And then
You deserve.
Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, whoever you are, you deserve it.
But
I don't know.
But then
Yeah, good.
I was just gonna say, but then also are willing to run like unknown developer game.exe so that they can get taught not to run Naruto episode 1.exe. Like,
Yeah. Well, I find it really funny. First of all, Case 404 is probably an online game. I don't know, but like a in browser.
yeah, like an in-browser game. Yeah.
Yeah. But I always thought it was a little bit weird. Like every once in a while, I will run into somebody who ends up on one of those websites that says, warning, a virus has been detected on your computer. Call this number, those like obvious scams. And every once in a while I run into people who fall for that. And like, oh fuck, what do I do? And I'm like, close the tab. Like but I always thought, like, how is it that I never had to be taught about the fake download button? Like, I just think it's a little bit strange. Like, you just instinctively know it's a fucking scam. You know what I mean? I've always thought that was a little bit strange. Like, there's some things that I never had to learn, so then I'm not going to teach them to my kids. It doesn't even come up as something that feels necessary to pass on because it's so fucking obvious. And yet, I will have people scream my name at my office. Please, I need help. Oh, I have a virus. Like all that shit is like, no. All right, let me help you. Close. Like
reminds me of a TikTok where it's like girls in the car are all like, I don't know, they're making some joke about like how school shootings are down during 2020.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh wow, school shootings are so down. And then it cuts to this kid sitting there on his laptop, and he's like, "Oh no, he's got a gun!" And he closes his laptop because everyone was schooling from home.
Yeah. Timmy's got a gun. Yeah. So let's see. What are my chats? Comments. ICE is deporting the gays to Puerto Rico. That explains the lack of pride. All right. Whoever steals this book, anime film, has been announced for a 2026 release. I didn't test upload this one, so we're not going to watch it. But it says here, descended from a long line of book collectors, my people, high school student Mifuyu is surrounded by books in every aspect of her life. Her great-grandfather established the famous Mynoghra Hall, a library in the heart of town, and even the townspeople are all avid readers. There's just one problem. Mifuyu hates books. But when a thief in Mynoghra Hall...
the establishment. Fuck books.
But when a thief in Mynoghra Hall triggers an ancient curse, she's left with no choice but to reclaim the stolen books herself by entering the very stories she despises. With the help of the mysterious Mashiro, will she be able to restore her great-grandfather's collection to save her town from magical doom? So, I really like this concept when you see it in media, where a character gets sucked into classics like Moby Dick or something, right? But I'm a little bit apprehensive that I'm not going to know this Japanese classics. You know what I mean?
Right.
I expect there to be some like Alice in Wonderland sort of.
Just do it like Page Master and make it just generic.
Yeah. But it'll probably be like yokai related stuff, hopefully, so we'll know at least a couple of them.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't really show you much or have much to go off of, but it's kind of an interesting idea usually, so it might be worth
I want to see her go toe-to-toe with the Ascendants of a Bookworm girl.
I want to see an anime where the character gets sucked into the porno mags. Right?
Oh, no. Yeah, the doujinshi, right.
And it's like
my dream. I'm in
No,
the portal.
please,
Why do
no.
I log
can you
here?
imagine like
I came in another world.
coming in another world. Can you imagine like doujinshis have
Hold on. What's the word for coming? I'm going to another world.
yeah. But in doujinshi, there's so like because they're drawn as the spank material, even for the author themselves. There's so much degenerate, disgusting fetishes explored that it would be funny to do a series where the entire premise of it is that the character keeps getting isekai'd into doujinshi that are like the worst possible fetishes, like shitting dick nipples and whatnot, and they have to escape by like unlocking the curse or whatever in each one.
Yeah.
Or like
God damn it! I erased that from my mind, and now you had to bring it up again. God damn it!
Has to lay all the heroines first before he can leave.
Yeah, has to bring the heroines to climax, even though they have intensely disgusting fetishes. All right. Sound Euphonium, the final movie, part 1, is going to release in spring 2026. So I guess they're finally in. I'm guessing they're about to graduate, right? Like, holy fuck, how many years has it been?
I think they repeated a year somewhere.
All right. In addition, I want to show you this Love Live trailer. See what you think of it.
That's just whiplash right there at the end.
What did you guys think of the animation? Semi-decent, no?
Yeah, it's decent for 3D CG. Because I know Random was sitting there the entire time.
Twitching.
My Spidey senses are jingling. It's
Dropping at the mouth.
This alone is pretty groundbreaking. And granted, idol anime has been sort of pulling the cart with 3D to begin with.
Yeah.
Because it requires such fancy outfits and shit that they're starting to really get it down. Some of the faces look a bit derpy on these, but other than that, like they're really pulling it off. I want to say.
Yeah, it scares me though because I really do prefer.
Oh,
2D
so do
over
I. Yeah,
3D.
but I'm just saying, like, let me put it this
The
way:
paradox of no, it's getting good.
Well, no, the way I look at it is, if they iron out the kinks, then those current CGI people in the background of regular shows that stick out like a sore thumb might stop being so distracting. You know what I mean? The only difference here, of course, is that this is for a movie. So higher budget, more effort, all that kind of stuff, right? Anyway, I thought it looked pretty interesting. Also, given the double album, Hiiragi Mix and To the Sea, comes to theaters later this month. This is for U.S. theaters. It's coming for one night only on June 16th. What day is that?
Today's the 8th, so next Tuesday?
Monday.
Next Monday? Yeah.
Huh.
Not tomorrow, but
what a
Monday.
horrible time to do it. I
That's
work
my
till
dad's
7.
birthday.
I mean, I don't really want to go see this gay bullshit, right? But yeah, anyway. That's happening.
Old man is like, oh wait, like, wait a minute, like my gaydar is going off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure seems that way, right?
I'm watching one of Giga Frosty's like openings from his like latest pickups, and I'm like, that looks yaoi, or like borderline yaoi, and it's like, and even he was like, oh, it's probably like a yaoi, and I'm like, no wonder.
I wonder if they just do it like it's just regular old slice of life, and then at the very end there's like a gay orgy.
Oh.
Maybe that's why they're showing it in theaters during game month. All right. In other news, Warner Brothers Discovery's credit rating has been cut to junk status by the S&P. Studio is over $38 billion in debt. Now, this is apocalyptic. At the end of quarter one, 2025, Warner Brothers Discovery was carrying a staggering $38 billion in gross debt, down slightly after a $2.2 billion repayment in the same quarter. But the S&P now expects the company's adjusted EBITDA, which is the earnings before interest, taxes, and all that kind of stuff, to remain flat at $9 billion annually for the foreseeable future, which leaves Warner Brothers Discovery heavily over leveraged. We will come back to Warner Brothers later on in the podcast. Y'all ready for some crazy shit? Let's play. So this is the thing I was talking about before. It is from the webcomic by Leanne M. Krekic, or also known as Mongi. It's kind of like T-Bait in that way, where it's like a Westerner, I'm guessing, based on the name. The story is about a indie game designer who builds a game that she believes is like the next hot thing, and then a streamer eviscerates it and then moves in next door to her. Right? So that's the plot. Samara Sam Young is a developer in Los Angeles who's about to achieve her dreams with her first video game, Ruminate. That is until a popular streamer gives the game scathing review. Even worse, Sam finds out the troublesome critic is now her new neighbor. Get lost in comedic, romantic, and all too real story about gaming, memes, and social anxiety. Come for the plot, stay for the doggo. Wow.
So this is the one that Julie read, right? You were saying that Julie read this?
I mean, she, for a while back when Tapastic was like first established, she read everything. So she's read it before, like maybe not the whole thing, but she's read it before, and knew of it when I was talking about it. She did not speak of it in any way that like conveyed she loved it or it was great or anything like that. It's just something she had seen, kind of thing. I don't think I watched this. Yeah, there's that's all the art they have is this. That's what that trailer was. All right, moon past that. Fermat no Ryori cooking anime is gonna premiere July 5th. TV series premieres July 5th. Okay, so they just mean on TV, premiering on TV. I'm just front loading anime news with stuff I think might be at Anime Expo. I don't think I'm gonna try to break my back to see this though. So moving past that. My Dress Up Darling season 2 anime is premiering on July 5th though. So kind of feel like that might get released. And Greenline, are your eyes peeled?
They're peeled. Oh
yes. So it's full of bunny girl action.
Yeah, maybe Fring will give us another one because the one they released for is dog shit. But you know, I suspect it's that. You remember we talked about how they released a tiger one that was boring and lame, and then they're like, "Here's the tiger version of the one you really wanted, so we get more of your money." So I'm thinking that's what they're gonna do here. They'll just re-release one that's like more in line with the manga. Because I'll try to find
Good.
Here, I'll try to find it. There's the Marin Kitagawa bunny figure that they released that's like dog shit. It's not good. It's just.
I'll read the one comment in the time you look for it.
Okay.
You came in an elf woman in another world. Oh. I mean, that does sound more appealing than the Dojin one I was.
And elf means singular. Women mean plural. I'm trying to I was like,
She's a they them.
Are they conjoined? Like the entire village is conjoined?
She's a they them. It's an elf like Deedlit, but with blue hair. How are we doing on that green line? Any chance?
Dog shit. Give me. I'm gonna look in Google real quick. I didn't look at Google.
Okay.
Should have been my first option, but I went to the store that I actually visited to find this shit.
I'll raise you.
Oh, I found it on Amazon. Oh, my figure collection. Oh, okay.
Is it the one where she's got the red tie?
Yeah.
I do not find this to be dog shit. Oh, I did not mean to click track price.
So
it is expensive though.
So, but like if you collect a lot of these, right? If you look at a lot of them, they all look the same after a while. There's nothing like interesting about the pose. The hair is cool. The tie is neat, but like they could have, done more with it. Is what I mean. Like it looks fine, but like that's the problem. Is that after a while they all look kind of samey and kind of how do I put it?
You need more to get it up.
Yet you still buy them anyway.
Well, you mentioned price, right? Like for the price that you're paying, you would expect them to put more effort into it. Like look up Faye Valentine that's coming out. They're coming out with a Faye Valentine bunny.
Is it because it's like 1/4 scale?
Yeah.
So is it big? Massive?
Yeah, it's the big bunnies that I buy. It's 1/4.
Oh.
If 1/7 is like the average, then 1/4 is going to be noticeably larger.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Apocalypse Bringer Mynoghra is premiering July 6th. I'm kind of hoping that this one is at Anime Expo. I don't know why. I feel like it looks better than some other stuff. I don't even think I watched this. Oh, covered in jizz, huh? What the fuck? All right. Yep. There's an image just to look at. Oh, that's right. With the hot girl and I remember now. Yeah, I'd watch this at Anime Expo.
Man, white hair crowd is like going crazy on this one.
That's blue. I don't know if it's the moonlight or not. I think she has blue hair. Oops, blue hair in the thing. Also, City the Animation anime runs wild in the new trailer. Oh man, it looks so fucking funny. I love how she's got a poster that says bread. And over here, she has a poster of what looks like broccoli. It looks wild as fuck, man.
Is this from the creator of Nichijou or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. I was like, that looks like Nichijou. Re-release fan, Crunchyroll.
It just looks so fucking good. Was it this one? Oh yeah, friends hugging. Right. I gotta be careful with this one.
Literally stole that from Nichijou.
Yeah. Anyway,
really, another suplex joke?
When are we gonna get a re-release, Crunchyroll? It's like I'm waiting for that DVD that's not fucking out of Blu-ray. That's not out of fucking print. That Reese is chuckling because he has, and is like, "Hey, I got it for cheap."
The one that I got on eBay for $100. Yes, that one.
Which one are we talking about? The one with the dub?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull that up, and I'll make a mental note. I'll look for it when I'm at Anime Expo.
It's Blu-ray only.
Yep. Is it the only one that's on Blu-ray? Is that why?
No. They when they first released it was Blu-ray DVD combo.
They did make a combo pack that was sub only.
But that was sub only.
Oh, there's an Essentials one.
Yeah, there's also an Essentials version.
The Essentials one is somehow more expensive. Okay. Mental note made. And the sub-only one, just so that I don't fuck up.
It's a double pack. You can't miss it.
Okay.
Yeah, bigger is not better this time.
Yeah, because the dub.
And the original printing for the dub only set has a slipcover for sure.
For the dub only has a slipcover, but not the one that
the Essentials doesn't. The sub only does. The dub only original dub only set does.
Okay, so I wouldn't pick it up unless it has one. Unless Greenline, you want it regardless.
I think he wants it as long as it has the dub. He probably doesn't care if it doesn't have a.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. If I can find, I mean, I still want one for myself. If I find out a place that has two, you're in business. Otherwise, if it has no slipcover, I'll just buy that one for you.
Okay.
Anyway, Nyaight of the Living Cat anime unleashes new trailer, blah blah all that stuff. This shit would be the exact thing that I'd be like, I want to see this with a crowd at Anime Expo. And I have that opportunity, but fuck, 10 o'clock at night? That's never fun. Considering I get to AX so early, it's also premiering on TV in Japan on 7/7, which is Nananya, right? Or Nyanya, as they call it. Isn't that Cat Day in Japan?
Where are you getting 3 from? Is July also pronounced nya? I think July. Like
Well,
if it's 7/7, it'd be just nya.
It should be nya because 7 is nana.
Oh,
Right?
none. Okay, none is 2. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why they say here the broadcast premiere 7/7 being pronounced nananya or nya given the circumstances. I don't know. Anyway, it looks pretty funny though. Like the just a reminder to anybody who wasn't here before, the concept is imagine a zombie apocalypse, but instead of zombies, you turn into a cat if you give in and cuddle with them. And so the world is becoming more and more overrun by cats because people are turning into cats. And you have to have the self-control not to cuddle with the cat or else you will become one as well. Right? That's basically what I gathered. All right. Also, Leviathan anime has revealed a July 10th release date and a new visual. It looks like dog shit. It is from Studio Orange, right?
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh.
Yeah. On the eve of war, a fugitive prince and a girl in disguise meet aboard a bioengineered airship, the HMS Leviathan, and change the course of history. Which one is the chick?
Neither. The whale.
I'm betting this is the chick.
I'm betting the front one.
Because this one, it looks more princely with the outfit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, it is a whale. The bioengineered airship is a fucking...
on the offset, but like... Because it's
gun.
CGI, I'm not going to give it the time of day.
Leviathan. Is that Temu Last Exile, pretty much?
Yeah. Damn.
Without Range Murata artwork. Fun Gun also says, my allergies to cats would save me. Yeah, are you and Reese? All right.
My allergies to cats would not save me, however.
All right. Refreshing the page to make sure that I definitely will not get in trouble for showing this. All right, here it goes. Nukitashi, the animation, announces a July 2025 premiere in new trailer. It is an anime adaptation of the very adult visual novel.
Yeah.
It is from Studio Passion, who also did each Interspecies Reviewers. And it basically, to me, feels like the spiritual successor to Shimoneta. Hold up 1 second, please.
This is supposed to tell.
Hold on. We got to do it like this. You know it's a visual novel when the lady's breasts look like that.
よって島中どこでもドスケベックスが許可されている島なんです。お魚ックスは生に限るはめね。SHO 一同をぐちゅぐちゅにしてお待ちしておりますので、ぜひ青蘭島にお越しください。それでは皆さん、良いドスケベライフは
Chinatown Island design.
Are they just telling them to plow?
Say what?
Are they just telling them to plow because I don't understand Japanese?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to Sex
Also,
Island.
his eyes look, if I'm not mistaken, his eyes look exactly like the Shimonetta girls, like the main chick.
They do. Holy shit.
Looking it up. You talking about Jamie Marquis?
Yeah.
Oh my god, they do look a lot like that.
Oh.
Just put a pair of panties on his head and it's uncanny.
That's their son.
Yeah.
ちょっと借りるわよ。ああ、ゲルビチ最高。私ゴリだったんか。
I don't know what's happening on Sex Island in the classrooms. What kind of things do they teach in Sex Island? I don't know. Look at the people in the back.
少女の耳は短美すぎます。
奪われるのか。
Your guess is as good as mine. Are those condoms? What?
童貞も教授も俺はまたこの島に奪われるのか。
種付け着手。この者たちはドスケベ条例に違反した謀反者。こっちからすっごいこのオーラ感じるな。くそ、心から楽しんでいらっしゃいますね。大変結構です。
我らは反交尾勢力、すべての愛なきドスケベセックスに鉄槌を下すものだ。俺がドスケベ条例をぶっ潰す。
Good sir, I
逃げたら逆に怪しまれる。やり過ごしましょう。
Say what?
I believe this is what caused Shimonetta. Like, why they had to get so strict on their regulations.
It's the prequel.
It is the prequel. Oh no.
Wow.
So at what point, why don't you just make a hentai? Like,
yeah, why not porn? Like, because you're basing it off.
I'd be okay with that. Whew, wild. Well, I gotta talk to StreamYard about this switching brands, fucking everything up thing. Yeah, so the original adult visual novel is available on Steam and is described as such. Seiren Island, even here in paradise, there are those who work in the shadows to bring it down. United, these misfits stand side by side as the secret society NLNS. As their founder and head honcho, I, Junosuke Tachibana, won't stop until we've crushed this crazy law once and for all. It's Shimonetta, right? Honcho, by the way, is honcho, is the Japanese word for boss. I've even found a benefactor. Yep, head honcho, technically. I've even found a benefactor in this crusty old rich guy, name unknown. He's hooked us up with a secret base and a buttload of cash already. In return, he wants us to find someone and protect her at all costs. Apparently, she holds the key to our mission success. In which case, there's only one thing to do. Locate this mystery girl, and all while keeping the show off our scent too. Or SHO, whatever. Make no mistake, I'll stop that law in its tracks. Just wait and see. $10 says Funimation does not pick this up, or Crunchyroll or whatever. Seeing as how the obscenity law in Texas just passed. Discotheque, here we come.
It'd probably be Sentai.
Also in Texas?
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be like fucking Animega or whatever.
you should get a dub from Bang Zoom.
Ah. All right. Hotel Inhumans, anime reveals theme songs, release it all. Who cares? Yeah, so the trailer itself, I mean, it's basically the Hotel Continental, right? Like everything we kind of already expected from it. It's okay. It looks like one of those things where I was like, yeah, I'll watch it, I guess, but I don't expect it to be amazing, you know?
I'll watch it, but I don't expect myself to buy it.
Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, he checks the upload he did. Still no restrictions. SANDA anime reveals release date and more in cast. More cast. Pardon. Goddamn. Why do I even bother to read it? It's about SANDA. Let's watch the trailer. Here comes SANDA.
今の時代、子供は睡眠を取らない。
15歳未満の数は約5万人。日本の人口のわずか 0.1% だ。
うちら14だよ。今危険を冒さないとまともな大人になれないよ。
私たちは大人になっていいんだよ。俺は大人になりたい。二人に何も起きないように俺が守ってやる。
呪いを解放する条件はほぼ揃った。
メリークリスマスって言ってプレゼント交換しようよ。
サンタにサンタクロースを現役復帰してほしいんだ。
傷んでくるやつが多ければ多いほど燃え上がるからね。
子供のままなんて嫌だ。俺は成長したいんだ。
安心しろ子供たち。サンタクロースはここにいる。
Santa Claus.
I don't really like the art style.
Okay.
You don't like the art style? This is the art style coming from the the author of Beastars, right?
I love this. Set in a future with a declining birth rate. You mean the present? The story follows a boy named Sanda who finds out his classmate, Shiori Fuyumura, plans to kill him because of a curse he carries and Fuyumura's missing friend. Could you have made a less appetizing way to get me to watch this? Like, all I had to do was see Santa is here. And be like, all right, I'll watch it. All right. Kaya-chan isn't scary. Anime reveals main cast. So the story of this is about a little girl who's seen as the problem child in her elementary school until a new teacher is able to realize that she's actually able to see evil spirits and vanquish them with a punch. So what will happen to this 5-year-old who gets in trouble when she's only trying to help?
Why'd they make her silhouette like a dick?
Sex sells.
Is this the one girl from Humanetta in preschool?
Nope. She has different color hair. This is a Naruto character, right? It's funny. My wife just got a haircut recently. And she's like, I don't want to get a bob because they look like dicks from behind. I'm like, this is a plus.
Wow.
Like you talk like that's a bad thing. Is Sex Island a drink? You mean Sex on the Beach? I don't know. I don't know the names. And also a mainstream.
I'm pretty sure Sex on the Beach is a drink.
Sex on the Beach is a drink. Yes, I don't know about Sex Island.
You know, I guess it is Pride Month, so it makes sense that, you know, AC is coming out as wanting a dick-shaped hairdo.
On his wife.
Yeah, on his wife.
That way, when you're plowing from behind, it just seems like
I can imagine it's a guy.
It's just like an extension of your dick. Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Yikes. Wow. Okay, let's move on from this guy. All right. In other news, Sankarea's creator, Wash It All Away manga is getting a TV anime adaptation. Sankarea was the Undying Love one. What was the problem with that box set?
They had the broadcast version on the original release, but the new version that's, I believe, is it Essentials or Classics or something?
No, there's
Did they do a replacement?
They did not a replacement program, but they released the second version of it that was on like I think it was a second LE. Because it was the LE that was the one that was
the LE also had a standard edition that came out alongside it. And they had a complete new release. I believe they released the new one with a slipcover, and then there's an Essentials version, and both of them have corrected discs.
Did you give me the one with the corrected disc, or do I have the?
I sold you the limited, a spare limited edition, so yours are cooked, mate.
Oh shit, you're right. It says uncut.
Oh, thanks. I have to buy it again.
Oh no, there is a complete series uncut. Okay.
Like, they never made a version of the
Hold
limited
on,
edition.
Okay, so I have both. I remember specifically going out of my way to buy it when time came. Anyway, not getting sidetracked.
Podcast.
What's up?
I'm pretty sure we covered it on podcast.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I made sure to buy it years and years ago. So this particular one, for 2 years, Wakana Kinmei has run a laundry service in the seaside resort town of Atami. Kinmei Cleaning is a well-loved business, and Atami residents admire Wakana's devotion to her trade. She builds a fulfilling life making friends with the locals and visiting hot springs. Although Wakana has no knowledge of her own past, her cleaning services safeguard memories imbued in customers' precious items. Fuck, you could not make this more unappealing. Holy shit, what a terrible way to sell the show. All right, we looked a little bit at this last podcast about the Ciel Ambrosia, what was her name? I forget their names. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And Goa or something. Anyway, this is what the main character's back looks like. Whoa, he's the Chad who faints around beautiful women or whatever it was. Moving past this. Witch Watch Anime casts its 9 Trope-tacular student council members. Is this the tranny? What's the trope here? The slut? Remember that anime we watched, Haunted Junction, that had the ghost girl whose like top was always open with her breasts barely covered? I'm guessing that's what this is. She looks like she's literally wearing the Halloween store sexy Sailor Moon costume. With like the bow up here and it all tied real short and the skirt and the that's what I'm looking at here. Wow. Who is? I mean, these are what would Trope-tacular? What? This one's the Nazi. This one's the slut. This one's gay. This one's Iron Man. Or Dr. Doom, maybe?
He's the one with the middle school syndrome.
All right. What's this guy? The Joker? Seriously, I never expected this from Witch Watch. Right? Like, all right. Vampire-chan can't suck properly. Anime draws first blood in teaser trailer. Okay, so we don't need to watch the trailer.
Well, can't wait for the white censored blood.
Yeah. I didn't test this one, so I'm going to just keep
it small.
Yeah, it looks, and keep moving it. It looks kind of fun. I'm probably going to be disappointed. Anyway,
I like the title. If anything, it's got a great title.
It was released in its English manga under the title Lil Miss Vampire Can't Suck Right. Luna Ishikawa is a dark and mysterious vampire, or so she'd like her new classmates to believe. The truth is, while she may be one of the not so mythical bloodsuckers, she doesn't really live up to the hype. She's short, clumsy, and she can't even suck blood properly. So when her classmate Tatsuta Otori discovers her little drinking problem, he can't help but lend a hand. Can he nurse Luna from the small, timid animal she is into a fearsome creature of the night? Yeah, so he gives her his arm. Wait a minute. This is the symbol for a demon. Oni-chan. Is that what that's supposed to be? Because I don't think that's how you spell Oni-chan. Right. Anyway, yeah, so he gave her his arm and she like sucked it from so many different places. All right, cool. Moving on. All right, Toei Animation unveils a debut title for original brand ETERNA Animation. Why do you think they need another animation studio? Is this going to do the One Piece hentai? Where Luffy has a stretchable dick?
I mean, Toei already is comprised of multiple small animation studios, right? So
I just don't see why they need
maybe they're just,
another.
maybe this is the high quality one and they want to differentiate it. So okay, this is actually good quality.
So this is
Or maybe
the
it's the
title that ETERNA is going to be doing for their first one, I guess. ETERNA Animation is launched as Toei's own brand dedicated to original in-house productions. The first of which will be an anime film titled Foxing Kitsune Tsuki. Oh, sorry. The official website, who cares? What's the story? This is about the brand ETERNA, meaning eternal. Oh my god. All right, anyway, Foxing. That's the news. Let's move past that. All right, are you guys ready for perhaps the most bizarre thing we will ever cover on the podcast? Marvel Comics introduces T'Challa's white son Katima as future Black Panther and King of Wakanda.
I'm here for it.
I could have sworn they already had a white Panther like last couple of years.
Oh yeah.
We memed this into existence.
So if you can believe it, that Park Places article is way better. In one of the most unexpected turns in modern comic book storytelling, Marvel has introduced a white Black Panther as the new ruler of Wakanda in Marvel Knights: The World to Come, Volume 1, Number 1.
I feel like this had to... Sorry.
Good? No, good.
I feel like this had to have been a lost bet while somebody was drunk. Like, okay, if you lose, you gotta make Black Panther white.
I promise you, the purpose of this is going to turn out that the blacks revolt against the white colonist leader or some shit like that. The mantle, long associated with King T'Challa and Wakanda's African legacy, has now passed to his son Katima, a blonde-haired, white-skinned warrior who defeats T'Challa in ritual combat and claims the throne for himself. The move has already sparked widespread discussion across fandom and social media, with many shocked not only by the storyline, but also by what it represents in the broader cultural landscape of superhero fiction. Set in a near-future version of Earth 616, The World to Come throws readers into a Wakanda on the brink of collapse. The nation faces political unrest as a resistance group known as, yes, the Aquamarines attempts to overthrow the monarchy. Amid the chaos, T'Challa is confronted by a masked challenger, his own estranged son, Katima. What begins as a formal challenge for leadership escalates into a brutal personal clash. Although T'Challa demonstrates clear superiority in combat, he refuses to kill his son to end the duel. Katima, interpreting this mercy as weakness or disrespect, responds with a sudden outburst, striking his father down in a flurry of blows. Standing victorious, Katima removes his mask and shocks the Wakandan elders and readers by revealing a pale complexion and bright blonde hair. With no hesitation, he declares, quote, "I am king now! Wakanda is mine! Look at me. I am the king now." Right? In a media landscape where legacy superhero mantles are frequently passed from white to non-white characters, like Sam Wilson as Captain America, Miles Morales as Spider-Man, and Riri Williams as Ironheart, Marvel's decision to flip the script certainly stands out. For the first time in recent memory, a major superhero title has reversed the trend, passing a high-profile legacy from a black character to a white successor. While comic book readers have grown accustomed to seeing mantles inherited through the lens of diversity and representation, the world to come openly subverts that expectation. Whether Katima's rise is meant to be a meaningful commentary or simply a narrative curveball is unknown, but the choice has undeniably sparked debate. It's also possible, given the way Katima takes the throne and his general demeanor, that this white Black Panther is meant to be the antagonist of the series, setting him up to be unseated by a more traditional successor. It's also entirely possible that this is Marvel making a statement and pushing back on common fan complaints. One of the most common criticisms lobbed at Marvel when it makes a mantle race swap is people sarcastically asking, so when are we getting a white Black Panther? Despite being set in Earth 616, the series takes place in an undefined future, leaving its canonical status uncertain. Writer Christopher Priest addressed this directly in an interview with AIPT Comics. Quote, "Our Black Panther is our world to come. It's completely our own vision of the near future. It is not tied to any other bit of Marvel continuity, which gives us enormous freedom. This statement provides Marvel creative latitude. The story is distant enough from our current continuity to avoid disrupting existing narratives, yet close enough to make its implications difficult to ignore." Online reaction has been swift. Some fans are praising Marvel for taking a creative risk, while others are questioning the optics and direction of the storyline. The phrase "White Black Panther" is lighting up across social platforms, with responses ranging from curiosity to criticism. What's certain is that the story raises compelling questions. Is this a story about merit over bloodline? Is Katima meant to challenge assumptions about cultural inheritance? Is the twist simply a narrative tool designed to provoke discussion? Will this be another Marvel bait and switch about Katima ultimately becoming the villain? Marvel, so far, is letting the story speak for itself. No official commentary has been given on Katima's background or the decision to give Black Panther's mantle to a white character. More details about Katima, his legitimacy, and Wakanda's response to his rule are expected in Marvel Knights World to Come Volume 1, Number 2, which will release on July 9th. Wow. Whether this version of Black Panther becomes a long-term figure in Marvel storytelling or fades into alternate continuity is still up in the air. But for now, Marvel has ignited one of the most surprising and controversial mantle shifts in recent memory. Wow. So they say basically nothing throughout the whole article. I just thought it was fucking funny.
Look at this is like, on the one hand, it's like, generally speaking, like, I think dumb, like, pointless race swaps are dumb and pointless and pandering typically. So this is no exception. It's like, even if you're like, oh, doing a white race swap without any real purpose or whatever, it also seems dumb out of principle. But for the sake of like getting those people that are like, oh my god, race swaps are totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this works kind of like a silver bullet to that. So it causes them to say, oh, well, this isn't okay. And it's like, okay.
Point them to the
other ones
chart
okay?
where they're erasing redheads.
Oh, why is
this chart,
Little Mermaid and all that okay?
No, I have that ready. It's just a friendly reminder. So this person says they should just shut the fuck up and take it, right? This person's reminding everybody of all the characters with red hair that have been race swapped to black for some goddamn reason. Ginger genocide, as we call it, right?
Yeah. Well, like, for some characters, I didn't even realize, and I didn't care at the time, but the more it happened, the more I was like, the fuck?
Yep. So we're just going to canonize Ryan Gosling as... now,
yep.
Yeah.
As
Black
Panther. Black Panther.
Yeah. And then somebody said, hey, man, it could be worse.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the direction they are taking with it, and that's why it's okay.
Fully expect that's the direction they're taking it.
That's the only universe where this would be an okay race swap, is if he's the bad guy and we're gonna
That's
take it back. That's
exactly where they're gonna take it. 100%.
But here's the thing though. The other side's probably gonna get so excited about this whole thing being like, haha, see, you people who like race swapping, and they're gonna praise this, but that's the problem. They'll be like, haha, see, you like race swapping, so why aren't all these black race swaps okay, right?
Yeah, no,
so
seriously.
Those people are going to fall into that trap inevitably. So perhaps that's one of the reasons they did this.
I don't know. I think the only people who are excited about that are the people who, like me, just find it too fucking funny as karma. But it seems like such an obvious bait trap. You know what I mean? That it's like it would be stupid to fall for it. You know, just like we were just talking about.
Praise it because it's the karmic justice without like actually processing like, well, the other race swaps are bad though, or something like that.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's exactly like what we were talking about with you know, the fake download button. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's so obvious you wouldn't even bother to tell people to look out for it because it should be obvious. So interestingly, we can continue on this thread of wonderful news to do with Black Panther and remind you guys that Black Panther's game was canceled by EA. Team included former Sweet Baby Inc. dev who bragged about not hiring white people. You know, Danny Lalanders. Sometimes white people do something that they think may okay, but really it a microaggression. You remember her? Public scrutiny around the project intensified following the hiring of Daniel Lalanders, an associate narrative designer and former Sweet Baby Inc. contributor. In a resurfaced 2021 panel discussion from GDC, Game Devs of Color Expo, not Game Developer Conference, Lalanders bragged about having no white people working on her indie game, Validate. You remember Validate, the game where for some reason internally the data that they were pulling from Steam showed that people were romancing the only white character in the game at a disproportionate level, right? Validate has a team of people of all people of color, she said, quote, "We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment." She further explained that her decision stemmed from concerns over potential, quote, microaggressions and workplace conflict. Critics pointed to these comments as discriminatory, and attention on Lalanders grew after she appeared to double down on similar views in recent social media posts where somebody had called her racist. She said it's also tiresome, and they said, haha, so being appropriately called racist is tiresome, huh? You could try not being racist. Yeah, I'm racist. So what now? She said. Lalanders clarified that her position on Black Panther was junior level and that she held no hiring authority at Cliffhanger Games. However, the controversy surrounding her statements and her association with Sweet Baby Inc. continued to raise questions about the studio's internal culture and public messaging. So I have more to show you about EA. I will have to be paying attention to find out if this individual was working on this project and got let go, because currently their LinkedIn says present at EA as principal world designer. This is Professor Brown. You know, that woman, trans woman, I believe it was, who worked at Concord and made everybody call them professor. Yeah, they got hired at EA, and I look forward to finding out that they got canned with everybody else at Cliffhanger. Also, Black Panther game reportedly spent 4 years in pre-production before being canceled by EA. I don't know. I didn't read this one. I don't know if there's anything worth covering, so I'm just going to skip it. And then Warner Brothers Games revenue plummeted 48% in Q1 as fallout from Sweet Baby Inc. failure continues. Monolith was closed, executives ousted, and no new games are in sight. So between Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Black Panther game getting canceled, the only thing they've had any success with in recent memory is Hogwarts Legacy. right? Not looking good. Oh, there it is. Hogwarts Legacy. All right. Continuing. Yet another visual novel has been gutted on Steam for worldwide ethical standards. Perennial Dusk Kinsenka, the latest Japanese visual novel from Front Wing. They're the people who make Grisaya, right? Phantom Trigger?
I do not.
Yeah, Front Wing sounds familiar.
Has landed on Steam with parts of its story conveniently stripped out to meet the ever-vague demands of worldwide ethical standards. If you want the full experience, you'll need to go hunting for a patch. Perennial Dusk Kinsenka, which officially launched on May 29, 2025, is described as a kinetic novel drenched in psychological horror, blood, and mature themes. Yet, despite being tagged as for all ages on platforms like DL Site and DMM, the Steam version somehow required surgical removal of certain story sections to avoid stepping on the mysterious toes of global ethics. So while Japanese players and anyone willing to grab the patch get the full intended narrative, Steam users got the watered down edition, unless of course they're savvy enough to go digging. Regarding the Steam version, in consideration of relevant ethical standards worldwide, the Steam version of Perennial Dusk Kinsenka has been released with a portion of its story missing. In order to play the game with its complete story, please apply the expansion patch. This has become almost ritualistic at this point. Japanese developers craft stories meant for niche, dedicated audiences, only to watch them sliced up for the Western storefronts that insist on keeping everything safe for the world's most fragile sensibilities. It's not even about explicit content anymore. It's about keeping up appearances and dodging hypothetical outrage. And the kicker, the uncensored version wasn't even rated adults only. But hey, why pass up a perfectly good chance to flex corporate morality muscles and make sure gamers are only served the most ethically curated fiction possible? After all, who needs creative integrity when you can have a sterilized storefront instead? Any thoughts on this?
No.
Cool.
It's kind of the same thing that Steam has had for a long time, though it's usually only when the visual novel actually has adult explicit things. Oh god, what is this?
EA, wait, hold on. Remember when anything from Japan was edited for American audiences? What? I'm living it. EA fails to ban DEI remover mod in The Sims 4. Man, Pride Month cannot catch a break, right? EA has once again stumbled into controversy, this time trying and failing to wipe out a Sims 4 mod that removes diversity-focused characters. The, quote, DEI remover mod, which edits out the flood of race-swapped, gender-bending, rainbow-coded, lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, up, down, left, right, BA, start NPCs, introduced in recent updates, was slapped with takedowns, only to be re-uploaded and shared more widely than before. Electronic Arts, a company known more for loot boxes than moral leadership, recently set its sights on the DEI Remover 1.0.0 mod for The Sims 4. The mod does exactly what its name implies. It scrubs EA's curated townies of all their forced diversity, reverting them back to the vanilla default that somehow existed without issue for years before someone decided the game needed ideological seasoning. Upon being discovered by a creator on Facebook, EA was quick to unleash copyright claims against sites hosting the mod. Not because it violated community guidelines, that would be too honest, but because it allegedly copied the design of EA's own NPCs, a stretch, but one that conveniently bypasses any real discussion about the mod's content or player pushback. Naturally, this approach worked about as well as expected. The mod spread to other places, now boosted by the very publicity EA generated, the player base, or at least a sizable portion of it, responded exactly how you'd expect after being told what they're allowed to play, think, or mod. This isn't the first time EA has gone all in on modern values, stuffing The Sims 4 full of pronoun options, lifestyle checkboxes, and NPCs seemingly designed more for Twitter praise than gameplay variety. But the backlash here is telling. Even with all the PR polish and media support, players still want control over their own single-player games, and some aren't interested in being lectured while doing interior decorating. Any thoughts?
That's crazy.
These are my nightmare fuel right here. This is the scariest thing I've seen in some time.
It's their own game, and they can't even ban a mod. How crazy.
All right.
Although they shouldn't be. It's stupid that you ever.
So we were supposed to cover this last podcast, but I skipped it because I was too fucking tired. Sony patents an AI system to monitor toxic gamers. Sony has filed a patent for a new AI system that monitors and detects toxic player behavior, as if online gaming just recently discovered the existence of trash talk, insults, and slurs. Apparently, the gaming world has been a free-for-all of swearing, racial slurs, and creative insults since the dawn of the internet. The gaming world that has been a free-for-all of swearing, racial slurs, and creative insults since the dawn of the internet is suddenly in need of corporate moral policing. Sony has announced via patent its plan for an AI system designed to sniff out bad actors in online gaming spaces. This system, outlined in detail, will monitor player behavior across multiplayer sessions, flagging anyone who dares stray outside the carefully drawn corporate lines of acceptable conduct. The system will even adjust a player's experience or capabilities in real time with the goal of reforming them over time. So we're going to look at a much more comprehensive article about this in a second, but it sounds to me like the game will punish you if it thinks you used a bad word. Meaning, like, for the next 5 minutes, you have half as much ammo or something like that. Or like your reload time increases or something like that. Of course, the official line is that this is all about fostering healthier communities and, quote, reducing harassment. But the real irony is that many players, especially longtime veterans of online games, would argue that the rough, unfiltered banter was part of the experience. The corporate push to clamp down on toxicity often feels like yet another attempt to sterilize and control players' interactions under the guise of protecting players from mean words, despite most online games giving players the option to mute other players. After all, nothing says fun like wondering if the AI will misinterpret your sarcastic joke as misogynistic or transphobic, or flag you for rage quitting after 3 laggy matches. So the full article on this that I thought we should take a look at is new Sony bad actor detection patent feels a lot like a digital social credit score. This is the direction everything has been moving towards over the last couple of years. Decades, really. Protecting kids online is a goal we all support. Nobody wants young players harassed, bullied, or exposed to toxic behavior in games like Minecraft or Fortnite. That's why tools like muting, blocking, and reporting exist, and they're essential. But a new Sony bad actor detection patent floats an approach that goes far beyond moderation. According to a recently published filing, the Sony bad actor patent outlines a group that tracks and scores players across online multiplayer games based on how frequently they exhibit, quote, negative behavior. If a player crosses a predetermined threshold, I just love the idea. Oh my God, will this be fucking funny? If it disproportionately affects black people for saying the N-word. Fuck, that would be funny. God, I want to live in that reality. God, that would be so fucking funny. If they have to literally scrap the whole thing because it's determined to be racist because just like the prison system, blacks are overrepresented. But in this case, it's because they use the N-word with each other, and not even in a derogatory way, but it flags them because it's an AI. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, whenever you give up autonomy to automated systems, you're going to get false positives.
Oh yeah.
And then also it's the whole idea of trying to censor this speech. It's like you're trying to squish literal goo, right? And it's like as soon as you push down on that goo, it's going to go out the sides, right? So as soon as you say, okay, well, you can't say that word. If I wanted to, I could just make up a new word.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't wait to hear all the new slurs that got invented in 2025 or whenever this rolls out. I can't wait. That's going to be fucking hilarious.
And the idea that you're trying to stop action by stopping words is like you're not even it's 1984 you're trying to stop thought
police
by stopping language. Like, oh, if they can't say it, maybe they won't think it. Like, no.
Remember that TikTok, I think I shared it a little while ago, of the guy who works at the call center, and he'll do that thing where he has a mute button and he says, "Ma'am, I am so sorry to hear that you're a fucking idiot," right? And unmute, right? And like he's just like super good at it. That's what people are going to be doing, but with racial slurs, right? They're going to keep muting themselves as they yell it, right? So it says here, if a player crosses a predetermined threshold by, for example, engaging in inappropriate chat or griefing, Sony's system could automatically limit their access to online features until they improve their behavior. At first glance, it sounds like a reasonable this reminds me of when I don't know if they still do this, but in the early days of YouTube, if you got a copyright claim, you had to go to copyright school. Like they would make you watch a fucking Happy Tree Friends animated cartoon. I'm dead serious. It was Happy Tree Friends were the characters in it, right?
Yeah.
And it was like a edutainment thing about copyright infringement. And you had to pass like the most pandering test to show that you understood copyright infringement and ownership and whatnot in order for you to get your copyright strike appealed or whatever. Yeah, that's what this feels like.
Yeah.
So it says here, at first glance, it sounds like a reasonable step forward, a reasonable step toward cleaner gaming spaces, but dig deeper, and what Sony is proposing starts to resemble something far more dystopian, a corporate-run social credit score for gamers. The patent, filed in October 2024 and published on May 22nd, 2025, details an automated behavior detection system that evaluates players through frequency markers. The more often you break the rules or are perceived to, the more likely you are to be flagged as a bad actor. Sony's system wouldn't just mute or warn you, it could restrict your online gameplay entirely. And while a one-time mistake might not push you past the limit, the system is built to compile and track your behavior over time, forming a persistent profile. Fuck, man. I can't wait till this gets rolled out on all my game systems and I am banned from every feature just simply because my kids don't log into their own goddamn accounts, right?
Well, I mean, that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is people are just going to stop
What's going to happen is my kids get locked out of everything because of me, right?
Yeah. People are just going to stop using their services for voice chat.
Mm-hmm.
And we're already seeing it, right? People hop on Discord and talk there instead.
Yep.
And it's like, why... You know, it was fun talking, and in some games, it's a lot easier to play when you can communicate with your teammates, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, go over there. But when you're risking banning your account, especially in the era of like fucking microtransaction hell, where you could have sank $600 on your character or on your account.
Yeah.
And then it's like you get banned because you called someone a bad word. Like, are we really? They're not going to refund you the $600. So it's like, okay, fine then. I just won't talk. Screw you all. And I'll if I want to play with friends, I'll talk to them on Discord. Like,
Is it me, or does there seem like there's a lot more space below you, Randy, and below Reese than there is below Futnam and me? In the layout,
it looks even to me.
It looks even to you. Let me full screen for a second. Oh, it still looks like there's a little bit. There's like an extra pixel below Reese to me. Anyway, doesn't matter. Funk Gun says feels like the start of a Black Mirror episode. Yeah, totally. That kind of long-term surveillance and behavioral grading isn't just moderation, it's control. And once a system like that is embedded into the fabric of multiplayer gaming, who decides what's toxic? What qualifies as unacceptable behavior? Is it context dependent or purely algorithmic? It sounds eerily familiar. Good.
I was going to say, it is, speaking of Black Mirror, like there was that episode, I don't know if you remember, where the guy, there's a guy that gets essentially blocked. Long story short, he does something bad, and his sentencing, like for the crime of doing whatever bad thing was to get blocked by literally almost everyone. You have to it was like a system where you have to opt in to see the blocked people, and most people don't do that. So, and it was this society, if I remember correctly, where everyone has like a brain chip. And so if you're blocked, you just don't show up in that person's vision. And so you could, or like they won't be able to hear you. They won't be able to see you. You're blocked. And it was an opt-in to see the blocked people. So most people aren't going to see you, and most people aren't going to do business with you because they don't know who you are. And then it's like, eventually, when everyone starts getting blocked, it's like, so we're all just going to be like siloed in nothingness. Like, stupid.
No, totally. I mean, and that is ultimately where things are going to go, is that they're just going to, they're going to create a breakaway society of it, right? Where there's going to be the gaming community that, like, you know, for example, I could live with the restrictions of paying for a plug and play Minecraft server, or I could run my own, right? And there have been attempts to try to make the ones that people themselves run have, you know, more blockage and like can't say bad words and all that shit. But eventually people will just build systems around, right? Or like you said, use Discord, use Skype, although Skype's gone. Use Zoom. I don't know what the fuck, you know, just use something else in order to chat with each other while you're playing.
Yeah.
Says here, if this sounds eerily familiar, that's because it is. China's social credit system operates on many of the same core principles Sony outlines in his patent, such as tracking behavior, assigning scores, rewarding compliance, and punishing deviation. In China, this means citizens can be barred from flights, jobs, or even dating apps if they fall below a government-defined threshold. While Sony's version applies to video games, the structure is strikingly similar. Automated oversight tied to user behavior with seemingly no transparency, no appeal process, and no room for nuance. This isn't a slippery slope argument. It's a direct blueprint match. Only instead of being run by a government, it's being run by a gaming corporation. That makes it no less dangerous, because when a tech company normalizes behavior-based restrictions in one area, it becomes that much easier to apply it elsewhere. The Sony bad actor patent may be marketed as a tool for positivity, but under the surface, it reflects the kind of behavioral control we once warned could only happen in authoritarian regimes. Now it's being built into entertainment platforms we use every day. Let's be clear, we believe children deserve safe, respectful gaming environments, but Sony's patent opens the door to something much broader than safety enforcement. This is about conditioning behavior through persistent digital scoring. Yeah. When I was growing up, kids got were predated on chat rooms on the internet, right? So parents forbade their kids from using chat rooms. It's that simple, right? My kid is only allowed to play multiplayer games with the kid who goes to school that we know. That's it. You play with, if I hear another voice coming out of that room, that game is shutting off immediately, right? And it's that simple, right? The problem we have here is that by treating the world like they're children, so that we can lowest common denominator children, right? By treating everybody as though they're children, we infantilize them forever. Like the Karen epidemic will only get worse when everybody expects, I should be protected from this. Why didn't you protect me? You know? Sony's patent opens the door to something much broader than safety enforcement. This is about conditioning behavior through persistent digital scoring. If you've ever been unfairly reported in a match, imagine that report contributing to a score you can't see, audit, or appeal. Imagine being locked out of online play, not by a moderator, but by an opaque system that quietly labeled you a problem. And what happens if that score starts affecting more than just gameplay, when it carries over to your PlayStation Network reputation, cloud saves, or even cross-platform experiences? The thing that scares me the most about this is, imagine when Google does this, right? When Google Play or whatever, don't they have like a gaming thing?
Yep, Google Play.
Yeah, so imagine when Google starts doing this, and you get you know how for example, if you anger YouTube too much, not only will you lose your YouTube channel, you can lose your entire Gmail account. Your Gmail account, which is connected to your Google Docs, your Google Drive, your Google Sheets, untold numbers of accounts that you log in through your Gmail account with on the internet, all of a sudden, in an instant, gone. No appeal process.
And that happened to Doug Tenaple, right?
Mm-hmm.
He, during the 2020 election, he kept posting stuff that YouTube didn't like, and eventually they killed his account. And yeah, he lost access to his email, and that's it was his main email, and that locks him out of a bunch of different accounts. Like it's really difficult to try and update your email address without having access to the email address.
Yeah.
For basically any account, you're basically limited to pleading with the developers of any website to do you a solid and help you out. Otherwise, you're just fucked. It all because he posted some stuff on YouTube about the election that they didn't like, right?
Yeah, he skyrocketed on YouTube as well during the middle of that. Can I help you? No. Sucks to be popular. He broke 1 million subscribers like so fucking fast because he was talking about the things that the people at the time were goddamn hungry for, right? There was fishy shit happening that year, and people were not buying the official story. And Doug Tenaple was one of the people who was, reporting on what everybody on various other platforms, the Donald, all sorts of different places we're talking about. And he was doing it on YouTube. And that motherfucker broke like 2 million subscribers in like a week. It was fucking crazy watching him grow. And then boom, he was gone. Everything he posted was just disappeared. Right? And they did that not just to his new channel that was, or actually his new channel wasn't a new channel, was it? Was it his old channel he just started posting that stuff to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they banned that one too. And
yeah, but that just means like they nuked everything because it was all associated with his Gmail. Right. Yeah. So, and again, this is like, it should not fucking matter what side of the aisle you're on or whatever. The fact that your entire life's work can be destroyed in an instant without a trial. Like, look, it is one thing for Johnny Somali to go to prison because he did something that people didn't like and it was on camera, and it was reported, and it was egregious, and he went to court and was prosecuted and found guilty, right? That's one thing. But for you to be at the whim of a company like Google or Facebook, right, and have your entire life just snuffed out in an instant. I mean, this happened with, I think it was Markiplier, I think, had a live stream where he told his viewers to show their interest in stuff he was talking about by using like this paddle emoji. And there's like a green paddle and a red paddle, like to show yes is green or whatever. And so he asked his viewers to vote by spamming the chat with their paddles to see if more red or more green were coming in, right? All the users got banned. And they got hardcore banned where their entire channels were gone, right? And there was no appeal process and there was no way to get them back. Because YouTube, for whatever reason, thought they were spamming when they were doing the exact thing that the person hosting the stream asked them to do. Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the other thing with automated stuff, and specifically these tech companies, right? Like, it's not like there's someone at Sony that you can phone and be like, "Excuse me,
dude, it is a fucking nightmare." Right now at work, my boss has employed a company from Kuala Lumpur or someplace like that, and he's been paying them for months. And they've done fuck all because they can't get into our Facebook ads account to run ads for us, which is the purpose of paying them, because I can't give them access because for some reason, Facebook has my old phone number because I started my account in high school or whatever. It has my old phone number as my two-factor authentication. I changed it to my new phone number. Facebook confirmed that it's my new phone number, but when I go to apply to give people access, it still asks for the two-factor authentication to go to my old phone, right?
Yeah.
And so, hilariously, the guys from Kuala Lumpur ended up being in Seal Beach a couple weeks ago, and the guy stopped by our office, and I had my boss grab his laptop and log in for us because my boss has his account on his laptop, right? And I had them get access that way, but they only gave access to the guy who was sitting in the room with us instead of to the company account and stuff. So they still needed access later, and I couldn't give it to him. And my boss is MIA and unreachable all the time. And then they ran the ads from the other guy's account with the intention that eventually we would get them the full thing as soon as my boss was available and I could, hold his hand through the process of doing it because he's incompetent about it. My boss does this thing where he never buckles his seatbelt. He never ties his shoe. He never locks his car. And wouldn't you know it, his laptop got stolen out of the front seat. Right? That happened this last week while I had the week off. So can't wait for the fallout there. Get in the house.
I don't envy you.
Yeah. Anyway, this isn't Sony's first move in this direction. In 2024, they filed a separate patent for a VR safe space that automatically removes or mutes disruptive users in virtual environments. In isolation, these may seem like minor steps, but together they suggest a company intent on shaping how players act, not just in one game, but across the entire ecosystem. That's where the comparison to a social credit system becomes unavoidable. What begins as a noble effort to reduce harassment evolves into a system where corporations monitor, rate, and restrict users based on behavior. And what happens if they decide that saying you didn't like the latest PlayStation exclusive is suddenly a bad actor strike? What if mocking the failure of Concord or referencing Sweet Baby Inc. could suddenly get you flagged and booted? This is an extreme example. I don't think it's extreme at all, but it's a potential example nonetheless. Where does the moderation stop? Who decides who decides on its surface the CCP social credit score can sound like a noble venture. Yeah, and in communist China, fucking even just referencing Winnie the Pooh can lower your damn credit score, right?
Well,
where does the good?
I was talking to someone about they're younger than me, but like they're like, I don't know, 24, 25. And they grew up in the, like, I got through college like on the cusp of the DEI bullshit hitting colleges.
Same.
They went through it in full bore, right? And so we were talking about Andor and how there's a scene in season 2,
A rape scene.
Some rapey type scene. And she was saying, and she's a girl, so that also changes things too. But she was saying like, oh wow, like I think it was needed that they put that like warning specifically on that one episode. And I was like, where do the content warnings stop? Like, are we gonna have the content warning for
content warning? Major plot twist in this episode. Prepare yourself. You know, like
what's the
main character dying warning?
Yeah, content warning, betrayal in this episode. You know what I mean? Like,
the example I went with, I think it was called tryptophobia. Now,
tryptophobia is the fear of
the circles.
holes.
The small circles.
Yeah,
and I'm like, are you going to say, well, this scene contains scenes with tryptophobic, scenery? Be careful. And then this scene contains spiders, so people that are afraid of arachnophobia, like,
and this is a bad example, but imagine you're watching a Lord of the Rings series, which will never be good because they can't top the original trilogy, but imagine you're watching a Lord of the Rings series that, I don't know, let's just say that they dug up Tolkien's grave and found out he was buried with a bunch of manuscripts and completed books that they hadn't actually known about until now. And you're expecting them to, or maybe they're doing the Silmarillion, right? And you're wondering when Morgoth is going to show up. And then it's like, warning, this episode contains spiders. You're like, oh, fuck, I guess it's going to be this episode. Spoiler, right?
And it's like, where's the line?
And the thing is, like, if we could design a system around opting in to trigger warnings, then your, like, fucking bubble scenario people can opt in. But I don't need to be a part of it, right?
I kind of disagree with even opting into it in that scenario, just because I think it causes too much harm.
I totally disagree. I think that the reason they do it to begin with is to avoid people who would raise a stink online over getting triggered. So if you at least give them the opt-in ability, then when they complain online, all you have to say is, you've had the option right here the whole time to opt in.
Yeah, that doesn't work though, because people have the ability to block people on Twitter and they still bitch that they're not banned, right? Oh, they need to be banned. You could just block them. No, you got to ban them, So like, people are still going to bitch. And if you make it an opt-in situation, then you're allowing that person to still be in a bubble, right? In their safety bubble.
But what I'm suggesting is that down the line, if you switch to an opt-in system instead, and I'm saying opt-in, not opt-out, opt-in, meaning that the vast majority of consumers are going to remain in the normal, sane world where shit happens, and by experiencing it through media, it prepares you for reality rather than living in your bubble.
Yeah.
But if you're
that is the reason I don't think that there should be an opt-in. Like, the opt-in should be that there is a content rating, right? We already have that. And there is an ability for you to go read what that content, like what caused the media to earn that content rating, right?
You can do the homework is what you're saying.
Yeah, all the content rating boards have like a, this movie contains sexual violence. Like, that's on the content rating thing.
You basically say to them, if you're this much of a pussy, go to IMDb, fine.
So well, the idea is that you are putting the responsibility for responsible enjoyment of a property onto the person who is triggered and sensitive.
Here's the thing: as soon as you start saying, "Okay, well, it should be opt-in," that means that everyone has to have an opt-in scenario, and then if one thing doesn't have the opt-in, then they're going to bitch. Well, you showed me something that you normalize not showing. By doing that, you normalize the trigger warning.
Well,
right?
see,
I didn't get a trigger warning.
We once talked.
I should have had a trigger warning.
We once talked about a concept. I was suggesting that a way that you could fix the problem with video games is that there's already a site called Does the Dog Die that has all the warnings. But if you we once talked about this idea I had where a way to fix the problem with video games is that while the game is being developed, there's content that the developer will cut because they know that it will exceed a certain age rating they're trying to do. So as each game scenario is being developed, you would know this is going to flag us here, this is going to flag us there, right? So then what you do is you create censored alternate reality versions of each scenario that's going to escalate you beyond a certain thing. So for example, I think at the time we talked about those weird MS Paint porn censorship things where they will take a pornographic scenario and then paint over it. It's like, oh, she's just really enjoying that ice cream cone. You know what I mean? And so the idea is that you make a game, even a game like Grand Theft Auto, completely tame by replacing, you switch it over to E for everyone mode, and all of a sudden all the guns are switched to brightly colored squirt guns, right? Like Splatoon style, right?
Yeah.
And we kind of talked about this. I feel like it would be great if people who have the trigger warnings opt in would just have the scene completely skip over it. That I paid for the movie and I got 10 minutes of it, right? I think that would be the best scenario is you create a world for which you get punished for being sensitive to content. And then you either use Does the Dog Die in order to avoid, walking into a movie where they kill John Wick's dog, right? Or something like that, right? And then it creates a behavior where, because I guess the ultimate issue that we're suffering from here is that lowest common denominator is always the direction things go. They push things into a realm where the actual content is catered to the most sensitive, and then that actually, this is why I was saying it should be opt-in. It creates the next generation of people become more sensitive because then they've never experienced the hyper grotesque violence of 80s anime, kind of thing, right?
Well, I think it shouldn't be opt-in. I think they should just get fuck over it, right? I think there should be an age rating because I do think that kids need to be sheltered. And so,
well, I guess what I'm suggesting is that in the modern landscape of media, opt-in I think makes more sense to me because I think, as I was saying, especially on streaming platforms, if the thing that you're experiencing is a movie, you can opt in to having anything that you might find objectionable cut out, right?
Yeah, I think that you're worried about showing it as just a general, here's the content warning, and you didn't say it this way, but you basically said that normalizes being triggered about things, right? Because you're not getting exposed to it. And so I'm saying if you have it as opt-in, you're still normalizing it. It's just maybe slightly less because now and then not only are you normalizing it in the fact that here's your opt-in, but then you're creating the expectation that this needs to be there and society needs to cater to you and make these opt-in experiences.
Well, when I say opt-in, I'm talking about opting into a worse experience. I'm not talking necessarily about opting.
Do you think that they care? Most of these people don't give a shit.
Okay, the other reason I think it should be opt-in is because if it were opt-in, and again, this is opt-in, not opt-out. If it were opt-in, I think companies would quickly realize that the percentage of people who wanted to see a trigger warning or wanted to avoid seeing something is dramatically smaller than the operating procedure currently.
Sure, but at what does it matter? They still have to now make that opt-in experience.
You're basically saying that
nobody
they'd use
said
that
it
as a
has to be
metric to
mandatory.
go to the Randy model.
What's up?
I said you're basically saying that they'd use it as a metric to go to the Randy model anyway.
Like,
whereas
I'm suggesting that.
Hold on a sec. There are games that offer arachnophobia mode.
Mhm.
Okay.
It looks like it should have that.
Yeah, that take out the spider and replace it with something else.
Mhm.
Okay.
Crabs.
And yeah, crabs in one game. One game they just ripped the legs off the spider or something. Now people are getting to the point where enough games have done this to appease the arachnophobia people.
Yeah, I mean the same thing with human type 1, human type 2.
Well, yeah, that too. And so now when games come out and they don't have it, there's people that go online and bitch, where's my arachnophobia mode? I'm afraid of arachnophobia I'm afraid of spiders.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of arachnophobia people.
And you're being ableist by not giving me my stupid option. So the same thing's going to happen if you have an opt-in on the trigger warnings.
Old man is right. They don't want to censor it for themselves. They want censorship for everybody. It's about power. Yeah, I 100% agree, which is why I think you can diffuse that with opt-in, because then, ultimately, I think that the problem that companies have is that they are afraid of the power of the customer because they think that they will be seen as not sensitive or whatever to the needs, and therefore their stock price will go down. That's why I'm saying that as a caveat, opt-in makes sense for the company rather than just forcing it on everybody. If you do opt-in, and this is the thing, right? People who don't like the trigger warning are less likely to complain about the trigger warning than the people who would complain if there was no trigger warning, simply because Karens are going to bitch about shit because that's their nature, right? So I'm suggesting that if you give them the opt-in, then the company has covered its own ass and it still allows everybody else to live in a sane world where we're not bending over backwards for mental illness and therefore creating more of it.
But you are still creating that opt-in experience, right? And then people are going to bitch that you don't have, if you don't create that opt-in experience, people are going to bitch, oh, they didn't have that. They're being bigots or whatever.
Yeah, maybe 10 years ago, but I don't think that the groups that are catering for this, that created this reality in the first place, hold that much sway anymore, in the same way that the gay fatigue has resulted in companies not pandering as hard during Pride Month anymore.
Well, anyway, then you can then take it to the next level of, even if you do say, okay, there's an opt-in experience that gives you trigger warnings.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the point is, where is the line on the trigger warning, right? Do we make a trigger warning about there are skinny people in this show and that might trigger the fat people?
Mm-hmm.
And back to my conversation.
Person only eats one serving content warning.
I'm just waiting for the ones that humans are eating cooked meat.
Yeah.
You know how there's this like trope on
grilling scene, trigger warning, right?
There's this trope in TV shows specifically, but sometimes movies too, where like the kids will come down for breakfast and like eat like one piece of toast or something and then
run out the door.
And there's like tons of shit for breakfast.
This whole fucking buffet spread.
Yeah. And it's like, well, now that's got to be a trigger warning because, you know, that could encourage like low eating, right? Low amounts of eating or anorexia. Anyway,
trigger
person. The person I was talking to about
trigger warning. There's a trigger warning on this before this.
The whole point of me bringing this up was that the person that I was talking to about Andor had made the justification to themselves that the trigger warning for the sexual assault scene made sense and it was justified. And me suggesting that a tryptophobia or an arachnophobia trigger warning was something else. That was, beyond rational, or not rational. Like it was going too far. My example was not realistic. No one would actually demand.
They should have
when
put
there
a trigger warning to Random 11 that there's going to be trigger warnings. No.
Yeah. When there are actually people already complaining about the spiders in games, right?
Well, let me put it this way. Last night, for the manifesto, I've been rewatching Attack on Titan from the beginning with my son, and last night we got to the episode where Rod Rice's Titan shows up, and that might be my favorite part in the whole series in terms of visual spectacle. And before he reveals that he's got no face from dragging it, I started to get a pit in my stomach. Like, I'm wondering if my kid is about to have like a bad reaction to this, right? Like it's going to be traumatizing and he's going to have nightmares or some shit, right? He loved it. It was fine. But I was worried for a minute that I might, like, a couple of years ago, it might have been too much, right? And I think that is the kind of scenario, and this is to argue your point, that a trigger warning for that. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I saw a ton of traumatizing movies when I was a kid. Fucking Little Nemo and Slumberland. Fuck, man. I don't even remember what was traumatizing about it. I just remember seeing it and never wanting to see it again, or, the scenes, some of the scenes in The Never-Ending Story are fucking like hard for a kid, but
please.
Yeah, I feel like in again, I'm arguing your point here, that there are things that kids should be exposed to at certain points in their life because the experience of it is awakening in a good way in terms of like, Japan has this thing called erotic and grotesque, eroguro, right? That there's something about it that is appealing while also being repulsive, right? And I think that Japan really has that down in terms of creating visceral imagery that fucks with you, right? And sticks with you. But the lasting impact of it is the power, right? And so I don't know. I just feel like there is some level, and I will always go back to the one that drives me up the wall is the forced removal of Pepe Le Pew, right? Because Pepe Le Pew represents a child-friendly
fiction of a pervert.
Well, not a pervert, but like consent, right? People want to ban it because the character does not respect the boundaries of the cat, but they neglect to understand that that's actually a good thing, because what you've done is you've given parents a way to showcase to children a life lesson about consent in a safe environment that doesn't involve an actual person getting groped or raped or molested or whatever, and I just think that like ultimately, there are instances where making your kids unsafe, quote unquote, for the trigger warning crowd, is beneficial, right? And if we can, like, obviously the issue we have is that we've infantilized culture, right? And look, the solution obviously is opt-in or removal of trigger warning altogether. The problem is that capitalist companies want it to be accessible to the largest demographic because then they maximize the profit margin. Right? Because especially if you're broadcasting a TV, it costs you the same to broadcast to 10 households or 10 million households, right? At least hypothetically, right? And so if you get 10 million households to watch your streaming content or whatever, I mean, in that case, it's going to cost a little bit more because of the bandwidth. But the point is that if you get something on cable and it's seen by 10 people versus 10 million people, it doesn't cost you any different, but the reward is dramatic. And that's obviously the reason why they use the lowest common denominator to try to make it accessible to the grandest audience. And ultimately what that has only done is sterilize content to the point where we've been spoiled by good ass anime from the 80s and 90s, right? Which we'll never get again, except for that one that we were looking at earlier that seems quite scandalous, right? But anyway, I don't know. I think like I can see where you're coming from. I definitely agree that not having
I haven't even made my point yet.
Well, I'm just saying I definitely agree that not having trigger warnings would be an ideal situation. I'm offering it the opt-in as the olive branch for the companies, that if they feel the necessity of catering to the largest demographic, you could do that by making a cut of everything that you produce, especially in media that is a visual medium where stuff is omitted, or this upcoming scene contains this. Are you brave enough? Click yes, right?
Are you an adult?
Right.
Can you handle
just to be clear,
feelings?
I do think that the stratification of content for kids is necessary, and then it's up to the parents on whether or not that they think that the kid is suitable for whatever they're going to show them. And a general like lowest common denominator for the kid age range is fine. But we're talking about like you're an adult now. You don't really, as long as you know, oh, this is for an adult, that kind of gives you a general gist. That's all you need. If you really want more details, go look them up, I guess. But
sure.
I kind of equate it to like the epileptic community or whatever, because it's
that was a little different.
I know that one actually has repercussions, but I'm just saying, an epileptic is probably not going to just go into any movie willy-nilly. They're gonna do their research to not have a seizure, or at least have precautions or something.
Unfortunately, I do think that some people abuse that too, right? Like they want that.
I mean, they have
everywhere.
anti-seizure sunglasses, don't they?
I don't know.
I mean, 100% certain they do, right? So if you were in a situation where you have that health risk, it should be up to you to take care of it, rather than the rest of society bending over backwards to support you.
And that's basically where I'm going at with the Random 11, I guess, comparison is like, presumably these people, if they care that much, they probably already should be doing their research. Well,
I mean, I think the audience has already called it, though. It's not about protecting themselves. It's about the power they get over forcing you to cater to them.
Anyway, to wrap up my point about what I was the tip of my point. She was saying that the trigger warning for the sexual assault was warranted, but mine were not. Okay, they were too extreme.
Yeah, and the point you're making is that the slippery slope of trigger warnings for the most ridiculous things. God, it'd be so fucking funny as if we had trigger warnings that scrolled across the screen, right? Like, warning, entering release news. Right?
The point I'm getting at is you can justify to yourself whatever you want on what you like. Well, no, I'm going to justify that the sexual assault trigger warning makes sense, but your thing doesn't make sense. It's kind of just like the trans situation, right? Like, oh, well, I justify that gender is a thing that you can be born in the wrong body, and therefore we should allow trans like acceptance everywhere and force it on people, and force the use of pronouns on people, otherwise it's a hate crime. But as soon as you say, oh, I was born as a different race, no, that's too far. But it's not too far. The logical assumptions that
Dude,
you're
we
making
have
are-
that guy who's like a grown ass 50-something-year-old man who now identifies as a 6-year-old girl.
Yeah.
You know?
And so the logical the argument, the leaps in logic that you're making for the gender is apply the exact same for the race and the age and like the trans species people.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not any more absurd, right? It's
Yeah.
just you've made this internal rationalization on this one thing because society has kind of convinced you about that one right now. But that if you keep telling people that that's okay, then they're going to start realizing the same arguments apply to the other things. And it is a slippery slope that you can just because the core argument is the same. How can you make that distinction? There's no objective like that's the distinction, right? And so when I was told my tryptophobia warning is too absurd, no, the core argument is still the same. You're going to trigger these people. They're going to have a mental breakdown because they don't like small holes. Shouldn't you? I mean, it's good to not trigger people, right? You want to put a warning up, right? And then
I personally am pro triggering. Personally,
did you ever go on
Hard R?
Did you ever go on what's it called? Tumblr? And they had all the hashtags of like hashtag anorexia, like all the trigger hashtags, and it's just a mile long thing of like all these hashtags. That's what the trigger warnings are going to become. It's going to be like a page long of like every fucking thing that's ever happened in the show, just in case there's someone that is
warning: do not start this series. 1,000 episodes contain, right? You know, like One Piece trigger warning is as long as watching an entire episode in itself.
Have you seen the TikToks of like the Chinese AI like badly describing the plot of certain series? Like it'll be like the girl went into the hotel, like, and the girl picked up a thing, and the look on her face was agonizing as she picked up the knife, and then the girl stabbed the person, and it's just this like weirdly described video. And it seems like it's based on like a Chinese translation of the plot and then into AI. And so at a certain point, like you're going to get to the point where you're going to need to read the whole book or watch the whole movie to get all of the trigger warnings, right? But it's going to be described to you in trigger warnings. So now you'll get the plot of the story through trigger warnings.
See, this is the thing. Look, I will fully agree that society would be better off if we had never bent over backwards for mentally ill people and instead made each individual person responsible for their own comfort. Meaning, doesthedogdie.com, right? The platforms have already existed. They've been created to solve the problem. I personally don't show my kids any movies unless I've either seen them before or looked up on IMDb, the parent guide and everything, just to know before I even put myself in a situation where I would show my kids something inappropriate, right? But I see the future that we're heading into, where we're already at, where we've catered to mental illness for too long, where now, instead of a trigger warning, you're going to have, and this is sort of what I was talking about with video games all those years ago when we talked about that you would have a checkbox. Okay, I am totally cool with gore, but if I see a tit on screen, I'm going to sue, right? Uncheck that box, right? And then that just patches different parts of the game so that there's no nudity in the strip club, right? Everybody's pole dancing in overalls. But I see us entering a world where entertainment is quickly going to become AI-driven, adapted, right? So if you cannot handle the rape scene, right, all of a sudden AI on the fly makes a version of the story that you can experience without the rape scene, right? That's the world I think we're going to exist in the next 10 years, easily.
And then everyone's going to have a different quote-unquote truth. No, when I watched that movie...
Well, I've been talking about this for a long time, that we no longer have shared cultural experiences, right? Growing up in the 90s was probably maybe the early 2000s, right? Was one of the last decades where you could go to school or go to work and talk to people about a series that was airing, like Breaking Bad or The Office or something like that, right? Whereas now, because we've done away with cable effectively and everything, you know, oh, hey, have you been watching Severance? No, I don't pay for that. I'm watching House of the Dragon, or I don't know, whatever fuck, right? So we no longer have shared cultural experiences, like Harry Potter coming out when everybody was a kid and it becoming this huge phenomenon, or Pokemon or whatever. So in the future, we're going to see a reality where everybody has a individually catered experience when it comes to entertainment, right? And I shudder at the thought of what that's going to do, because I think the empathy level of people is going to dramatically drop when everything is curated and catered to your preferences, right? And on the one hand, it's going to absolutely revolutionize advertising because, for example, if you have a thing for redheads, every single advertisement is going to use AI to make the lead actress have a redhead, right? And that's going to
ungenocide them.
Well, just whatever the thing is for each individual person. Oh, you're racist against white people. Your actress is black now. You know, that's how ads will be in the future. They'll use AI to create versions that are specific to you, and they will derive it algorithmically. Just like how I can't fucking open TikTok without every single TikTok being nothing but the most batshit insane conspiracy theories, right? Just like off the wall, flat earth content left and right is practically the only thing I get on TikTok, to the point where I don't even use it, right? And it's going to be one of those things where like morbid curiosity is going to false positive your algorithm to the point where all of a sudden it doesn't even work as intended anymore with your ads, right? We're getting way behind on chats. I'm going to come back up to this. Old man says, it's like living in an HOA neighborhood where they control how tall your grass is, where to park, how high your fence is, etc. Only it's Karens who want to control every aspect of your life and turn the world into a safe space. Mexicans protested when they wanted to get rid of Speedy Gonzalez because they loved him. JT Vegas says they don't understand humor. I've seen trigger warnings in YouTube shorts. I was born a poor black child. Steve Martin in The Jerk, 1979. How did Reese become a magical girl, and what is his magic animal? Is it a unicorn? Maybe Alf? Reese.
Alf.
Is there an animal that's all eyes?
One of those angels.
His spirit animal is a biblically accurate animal.
Yeah.
All right. Not as bad as AI wife. There will be only redheads then. that will be the shared reference. All right. We only have a couple more paragraphs here. Okay, so they say, again, we're dealing with video game companies here, not world governments, but the comparison can't be ignored, and this could only be the beginning. Let's not pretend this isn't part of a broader tech trend. From banking algorithms to social media shadow bans, digital scoring systems are creeping into every corner of life. Now, with the Sony bad actor patent, they're coming for our games too. And once this kind of player profiling becomes standard, other companies won't hesitate to adopt it. Microsoft, EA, Ubisoft. The gaming landscape could shift from a space of freedom and creativity to one of constant behavioral management. We can and should protect children from predators and bullies in online games. But there's a clear line between protecting kids between protecting players and profiling them. Sony's new system crosses that line by creating behavioral profiles and restricting access based on unseen metrics. The company risks transforming online gaming into a system of surveillance and conformity. If they go forward with this patent, the consequences won't just affect trolls and cheaters, they'll affect us all.
They're also applying this to not just games that are rated E for everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
you're playing
it's gonna
Halo,
and it's going to affect you system-wide,
yeah.
right? It's not like, oh, I said the R word while playing a game that was rated E for everyone. Oh, well, I'm going to go back to playing Helldivers too. It's like, no, what you said in any of those games affects you in all of them, regardless of whether or not it misunderstood you saying run away in Japanese as the N-word, right? Anyway, Resident Evil 9 has been officially announced as Resident Evil Requiem. You guys ready to watch this trailer?
Do you have a choice?
No, you don't. But you can tell me if you're not ready, just in case you needed.
I need 5 minutes to
trigger
process
warning
the
or
trigger
something.
warnings.
Yeah, I need my trigger warnings.
Can I?
Please allow me to opt into the trigger warnings.
Where's the trigger warning? Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me put a banner on here.
Is it going to have hideous character designs? Where's my trigger warning for that?
All right, there you go. Oh, wait. I didn't make it scroll across. There you go.
I'm afraid of zombies.
You guys ready now?
Yes.
I don't think this covers all the bases.
Is that Albert Wesker?
She looks so much better than some of the recent game characters
Grace.
have.
Grace.
She's not
Grace
fantastic looking,
Yes?
but she looks
My
way
office.
better than.
Oh, coming.
He's coming. Oh no. Wow, this is Resident Evil.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. I know that's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past.
Power harassment
Grace.
trigger.
What is this? Hey!
Stay close. They're coming.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
So in case it's not obviously in case it's not obvious, they are returning to Raccoon City for this game, which apparently they nuked at the end of Resident Evil 2. 3? Both? Probably both. So, yeah.
Stay away from that!
Now, as you guys can see, the Q in Requiem is being represented as the number 9, right? And in Japanese, one of the ways to pronounce the number 9 is Q, which is actually the same as Q, right? If you were to say the English letter Q in Japanese, it would be Q, right? Kind of an interesting idea.
Well, in Resident Evil 7, damn it, what did they call it? They integrated it somehow into the title, and then
they put V, I, and then the first part of the L as the 7.
And
then
yeah,
8
and
was
then
Village, so it had
was,
2 L's to work with in Village. Yeah.
So this looks like, I mean, it looks like it's probably going to be a decent game, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a very Resident Evil-y game. Like, I mean, obviously it's more of the modern Resident Evil take, but, you know, it's not going to be the same as, like, you know, 1 through 6 type era.
Lady Fink says, "Where's my trigger warning?" is giving "Where's my elephant?" I don't know what you mean.
Maybe she means like vibes of like "Where's my elephant," which is like a referencing something else.
Funkgun says she needs a good comb too. Yeah, her hair's wild. Wasn't Raccoon City nuked twice? Maybe.
Weren't the last 2 games? Oh, aren't you gonna look for someone out in the middle of nowhere as well?
Yeah, in Village and whatnot. Yeah. Trigger warning: attractive women. This is for Twitter and Blue Sky, not a man jaw in sight. Yeah, right. That's the major thing I noticed. No man jaw. The End Tails is called Q. Oh, you mean the 9 Tails is called QB?
The End Tails. Do we have to shorten it for sensitivity?
You can tell this is a Japanese game because she doesn't look like a man.
Oof.
I don't know, man. Resident Evil 3 remake wasn't too kind to Jill.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys have any?
Though, apparently.
Do you guys have any thoughts on Resident Evil 9?
Nope.
I didn't think so. Guess what?
It looks like they were like, oh, Silent Hill came out. Or
better put something out.
Better make it slightly more Silent Hill-y.
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
What'd you do?
I accidentally stopped the screen share while I was trying to get the next trailer ready. Are you ready for another trailer?
I need another trigger warning.
Okay, hold on. I got you covered. All right.
A little light novel title.
This isn't hell or my world. What is
disappointed?
Also, you don't have a chance.
Enough! I need more! Pick your battle, piggy! Let me eat you!
So this character that he's fighting is in the first game. I got to tell you, nothing about this. I will still buy the game and play it, but nothing about this excites me as a fan of Onimusha in terms of they're not showing me anything that I'm like, fuck yeah, I can't wait. That's awesome, you know? And what's funny about that is that older games like Onimusha, you just have to give me the same game again with different characters and you know, different settings. That's it. That's all you got to do. I'll keep playing it, right?
Musashi!
No,
we both want the same thing, Musashi. But there's only room for one at the top. And it won't be a coward who runs from jewels. Words never did work between us, did they?
Sasaki Ganryu.
Oh my god, it's Forspoken. A redhead Japanese one.
Right? This is the year of comebacks, right? First we took over Black Panther, now we're bringing back the redheads.
A Japanese or a British speaking Japanese man is really jarring though.
Yeah, I agree.
Gotta say. What if they give the Japanese audio a British accent?
The new trailer shows protagonist Miyamoto Musashi dueling his fated rival Sasaki Ganryu. More like Ganryu, right? Also armed with the Onigante, Ganryu will play a role. Wait, he was armed with a gauntlet as well? Oh yeah, that's what that was. He looks so terrible. God.
Yeah.
Not looking forward to
On
this.
the
At least the main
you would
character
wanna
looks
kill
okay.
him.
What's up?
On the plus side, you would want to kill
Yeah,
him.
right. Funkin says I played too much of the old Oni 1 and 2. 3's so good too. It doesn't have as good graphics because they use the 3D camera. But the game was fun with Jean Reno and Samanosuke. Wait, no, Jean Reno is the name of the actor.
Samanosuke, yeah.
Takeshi Kaneshiro. That's what I should have said. Is Pragmata on the list? I don't know what you mean. Oh, where's my elephants? I don't know. I don't really watch The Simpsons, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. We got one more trailer to look at. I hope you're ready.
I'm ready.
Do you need a trigger warning for this one too?
Sure, why not?
Yes. I think it's gonna have flowers. I don't like flowers. They're thorny and prickly.
There you go. There you go. All right. Silent Hill F.
Pee pee poo poo doo doo. Not poo poo pee pee doo doo.
Whatever. Dear Lord. Everybody, you can fucking change it yourself, bitch.
Reese is triggered by your warning, clearly.
This is the problem with opt-in one.
He opted in though. All right, here we go.
I can't read the subtitles.
Oh, you fucking.
どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。
I'm not trigger warning.
私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。 ばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。俺もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうるつき回ってるし。いや、ひなこ。はいいよね。何でも持ってる。そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。ずっと一緒だよって約束したよね。暗いのは嫌。一人ぼっちは嫌。
Goodbye, metal pipe. Hello, Naginata.
Hiiragi mono.
Honestly, I don't really like the idea of 90% of the enemies so far being just dolls. It just seems kind of boring, but the last enemy was cool, I guess.
So, if this did not have Silent Hill's name attached to it, I would not.
Or Ryushikyo 7's name attached to it, for that matter.
So that's a major plus. I'm just saying that I would let this game pass me by if it didn't. Same with fucking Onimusha, right? If it didn't have the franchise attached to it, I wouldn't even bother to pick it up. And that's not, saying anything bad about the game itself. It's just that, like, for me, with the limited amount of time and everything, it's just like, it's not wowing me, right? I think I will enjoy it, but I can't be bothered to pick up every game that comes out, and it doesn't seem any more up my alley than half a dozen other games I may have seen a trailer for. You know what I mean? But I will pick it up. I've already pre-ordered it because it is a Silent Hill franchise, and I'm interested to see where they're going to take the story, given that they're putting it in Japan, right? And because it's in the 50s Japan, I feel like they're probably going to have the curse start in Japan for some reason and then migrate to Silent Hill in America. So
is the reason that the first Silent Hills took place because one guy said ching chong at a shrine and then, oh no, the curse followed him all the way back?
Yes, that is actually how it went down, headcanon wise. So they say here it confirms a controversial detail that might not sit right with fans, and that detail is that it seems more combat oriented. And this is a big departure from what makes the game, what it is. But I don't think it matters that much because personally, I kill every enemy in the game anyway, right? So I don't see it as being that big of a deal. I feel like the characters seem stiff, especially compared to Bloober Team's Silent Hill 2 remake. The dress physics do not even feel as on par as that Love Live anime movie we were looking at. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. There's also a distinct lack of subsurface scattering on the Japanese skin, which I feel very strange. This is kind of what I mean. Like, it might as well be Fatal Frame from PS2 era. You know what I mean? Like, it feels weird to me. Like, I'm not feeling personally like super attached to it yet. I am looking forward to playing it, but I just feel like I'm falling into the trap of getting it because it's connected to Silent Hill, which it 100% is, right? That's the trap. But we'll see. I did see these. Silent Hill F is now available for pre-order on all main storefronts. $69.99 USD for the standard edition, $79.99 for the deluxe edition. Help me understand this. This says Silent Hill F Deluxe Edition. So I'm guessing the pink rabbit costume only comes in the deluxe edition.
Yeah.
And the
then
pre-order bonus is
pre-order
if
bonus.
you pre-order the deluxe edition. Yeah?
Yeah. Everything in the square.
So
and also you'll
I would assume that you
our early access, which means that's the true release date, and everyone else who pays the normal price gets to play it late.
I would assume that the pre-order bonus applies to the standard edition too.
Okay, well, I pre-ordered it, so we'll see. It says here that you get the Omamori Peony, and what the fuck? Holy shit!
The steak is coming back for revenge.
I feel like I swallowed a bug or something. And then the item pack comes with a shriveled Obura Age, a divine water, a first aid kit, which are all in-game consumable items. I don't know what literally any of those things are meant to do other than obviously the first aid kit, right? Is it worth it to pre-order? Like, they haven't convinced me because the outfits
could possibly be something kind of like there's some games I've gotten where the pre-order bonus or the deluxe edition comes with like basically XP boosters.
Yeah.
So there's an item you can enable and it's like, oh, you can get all these XP drops from enemies if you enable.
I got the Stellar Blade bonus that came with like the glasses or whatever. Right? That was the Stellar Blade one.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been an outfit too. I can't remember. But for sure the glasses were a thing. Anyway, that's that thing. So Dusk Golem was talking about the trailer, and he was talking about we now have the names for the 4 monsters that are seen in the trailer, which are from left to right: the Kashimashi, the Are Abare, the Oi Omoi, and the Ayakakashi. There's actually some interesting wordplay going on in Japanese, right? So the scarecrow enemy, which is this one, the Ayakakashi, vaguely means it's not easy in Japanese, but it's also the yokai Ayakashi with an extra ka added to it. The Ayakashi being a group of yokai who appear above the surface of a body of water. Things like floating ghost lights or drowned victims, vengeful spirits, or threaten to drown people with their reflection. So it's the name of a group of yokai attached to the water, or more accurately, the surface of the water, but given an extra ka, which turns Ayakashi into Ayakakashi, which can also translate to having a hard time or life. And it's also a mixture of Kakashi, which means scarecrow. Now, what I found interesting about the concept of the yokai above the surface of water is that above the surface of water is sort of associated with fog, right? And Silent Hill is very, fog-based. That's kind of the theme. Back in the day, the fog was a way to not have to have the render show everything, right?
Mhm.
And improved the graphics compared to its peers on the PlayStation 1 back in the day. And then it just became a part of the atmosphere of the game, right? So it goes on to say, my point being, whoever was naming the Scarecrow enemy Ayakakashi was having one fun time with it. As in Japanese, it's literally wordplay for 3 different things that all seem applicable and with intent. Next up is the Kashimashi. It's a bit more straightforward, but does have a bit to say. Kashimashi can mean to be noisy, boisterous, or clamorous, but it derives from a somewhat popular Japanese expression, quote, when 3 women gather, it is noisy, which you might notice coincidentally there's 3 girls in the group of friends in the game.
And in the anime, what is it, Kashimashi?
Right. Which might be notable for whatever this enemy means. The joke in that the name being that Kashimashi, it's actually Kashima is where the kanji would be, has 3 different Japanese characters in it for girl or woman. So I actually put it in the doc. So this is the symbol for woman right here, right above my mouse. And this is the symbol for Kashima, which is that symbol as all the radicals in it, right? 3 times. Next, we have the Oi Omoi, which this one is a bit harder to place for me. Oi can mean go or listen. Or hey or come. It could be a sound the monster makes, as it's a sort of famous Japanese sound.
It says come.
The omoi part can mean feelings, thoughts, heavy burden. It could be read as nostalgia, but with the design of the monster, I side towards thinking it might be playing into the idea that you're burdened with memories. Since its whole upper body is cluttered in doll parts, but this one might need a bit more context in-game and dissection to get into what it means. Finally, we have the Ara Abare, which first its design has interesting design with underwater stuff pressed into it. Oh, that's a small image. So they're pointing out there's a lot of there's a underwater motif, and Silent Hill does have in all the games, I think, the in water ending, which is like the worst ending. I think one of the worst ones. Can't remember, but you can see it's got like tentacles and shit attached to it, and sort of like a coral cluster, but with flowers instead. So it says here, it's got the underwater stuff pressed into it. Fleshy, obviously. I think in the last trailer, the fleshy thing we saw growing turns into this thing. This is the last trailer. My theory grows out of the fleshy pulsating flower fields. I think this enemy's name is by a fucking geek, and let me explain. Abare in Japanese means to violently act or struggle, to be angry and have an outburst. But it's also a term used for fighting games to be at a negative frame advantage and do a risky maneuver. Ara means oh, and usually used in ara ara to mean oh my or oh dear. I think it's literally named that to be a wordplay on all of that. The director likes fighting games and talked about his childhood love of Street Fighter back when he directed Resident Evil Resistance. So I feel he knows Abare is a fighting game term, and I think the intent was naming it as a playoff of Ara Ara, but with violence and struggling, sort of like oh struggle, in a mean, playful way. Like I would think like mean-spirited teasing. How you're at a disadvantage to it, how it's violent and struggling. He also brought up, he has a huge thread here. You can read the whole thing if you want, but he also brought up this part. As many have caught in the little gameplay snippet, Hinako walks through an alley. A bucket seems to be kicked over ahead of her in gameplay. Then instantaneously, the game switches to a cutscene where Hinako is about to meet a Kashimashi. This is the part where the bucket shoots out, right? And then it cuts into the cutscene. It says, now, interestingly, this seems to be her first time meeting a Kashimashi, or at least a special scene around it. But in the last trailer, there was a different but similar first meeting seeming scene. wouldn't it be interesting if you could go a few different ways and have different initial meetings with this first enemy? I find it weird that the head is basically upside down, but the hair is still mostly going the way you'd expect gravity to take it.
Just
normally.
watch those. Just an oversight. They forgot the physics.
It reminds me a bit of how in Silent Hill 2 Remake, there were slight variations of some cutscenes depending on how you walked into certain scenes. Anyways, Hinako's met with the JoJo posing motherfucker. Right. Anyway, any thoughts on Silent Hill F? What do you guys think about it taking place in Japan instead of America and all that? It also appears to have like gills in the ass. So underwater thing,
gills.
right? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to throw up just in case? All right, cool. Safe. Get out here, baby. All right. Any comments that I should go over? Yes. Here, let's do it like this. Pragmata is a Capcom game trailer. I don't know about that. I don't know everything about it. I want to play Silent Hill F. I'm playing Dead Island 2 right now. Huh. Comes out September 25th. LOL, Silent Hill in Japan is suspicious, right? Seems like Japanese horror concept with Silent Hill slapped on. Definitely. See, and that's the thing. This feels like a game that is not part of Silent Hill. But they got oh god, why can't I remember his name?
Yoshiki 07.
Mm-mm. Masahiro Ito, I think his name is, the monster designer for Silent Hill to work on it, right? So it seems like it was intended to not be a Silent Hill game. The way that Saw 2 was a completely different movie, but by slapping Saw on it, they were able to tie it to an already successful franchise, and then it spawned a bunch of sequels that were actually intended to be sequels, right? Sort of the same idea. It definitely feels like that to me. 80 USD gaming, yeah, for the deluxe edition. I still say Silent Hill is Japanese, much like Resident Evil. If you remove the unique viewpoint from the Japanese developers, it loses what makes it good. So the thing about it that makes it uncanny, that really, I think, helped the original games, is that it's from Japanese developers interpreting an American aesthetic and town and all that. I think that dramatically helps the uncanniness. And I think that it applies for Silent Hill and Resident Evil, that seeing what Japan's interpretation was of an American city made it that much more interesting, right? When it came to Raccoon City. Doing it in Japan feels unusual. And I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of the references to like Showa era Japanese, schooling and whatnot is going to be out of my head. Although I will say it is great to finally go back to a school. There's a school in the first Silent Hill game. And yeah, quiet down. Big. No scratching if you're going to make so much noise. In the first Silent Hill for PS1, there is a, which I happen to have right next to me on the table right here. In the first Silent Hill for PS1, there is a school level where you go through a school right there. Not that you can read it because it's so... There, I think that's a school. Yeah, that's part of the school. You can see the desk right there by my finger. Anyway, so in the first Silent Hill game, there was a school level, and that was one of the best parts of it. So I'm kind of intrigued by that, but I feel like the Japanese ghost story thing is getting real. Like, it's the same tropes over and over again. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it's gonna really be interesting to me because I've experienced it countless times, including in Attack on Titan Junior High. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna walk into the room and then the body mannequin with the body parts are gonna start coming at me and shit. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like.
Well, that's kind of why when I saw Resident Evil's new thing, it's like, I mean, I think it'll be good, but I'm kind of burnt out of the whole like, oh, let's go confront your past instead of it being like Resident Evil 5, where it's like, all right, I'm part of the BSAA, we're gonna kill zombies.
Agreed.
And then we're gonna figure it out on the way.
I never got to 6. I've been putting my Resident Evil gaming on hold for the time being. But Resident Evil 6 appears to jump the shark on what the direction they were taking it with 5. And you know, to be fair, 4 was a good direction, right? Taking it outside of the city, putting it in a completely different area, and kind of putting you like one guy against everybody kind of thing was kind of an interesting concept. They took it to the next level with 5, but they did the co-op thing with Sheva, which I never really felt like was a good change. You know, I prefer to play alone. You know what I mean? And then
I disagree. I had a lot of good times in co-op.
Well, I mean, I know that people regard it as like one of the better co-op experiences. I just prefer not to do it because I don't like it. It's like an escort mission when all of a sudden it's kind of like I was talking about with when I look at the trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6, my feeling is going to be, oh, my partner died, therefore we failed the mission. You know what I mean? Like constantly. Kotichi says you weren't alone in 4. Okay, how much did Ashley really help you? Right? And don't bring up Ada because that bitch was useless, right? And the only guy who helped you was Luis, Mr. Ballistics, right? Let's see.
What the shady merchant didn't he didn't help you?
You know, I do miss the Duke from Village. The fat ass Duke.
Yeah.
What you buying?
Yeah. Silent Hill F is on PC, so there will be even better costumes. Yeah, I'm sure. Was there a dub announcement for Silent Hill F? Yes. Just so you know, there was. There is going to be
profile.
There is going to be an English dub. So Japanese is going to be the standard one in the game, from what I heard. Japanese will be the standard language, but there will be an English dub option, from what I've heard. Japanese companies making Japanese stuff are what Masahiro Sakurai agrees with. That was relevant. Thanks. Was Toriyama involved in the creation of Silent Hill F2? Akira Toriyama? What do you mean? Do you mean Akira Yamaoka? Because yes, Akira Yamaoka is doing some of the music. The Steam listing shows English stuff. Yeah, it's got to be better than Ghostwire Tokyo. Don't know anything about that. All right, you ready for this? Speaking of voice acting,
speaking of dubs,
Spider-Man VA Yuri Lowenthal and Danganronpa VA Aaron Fitzgerald reveal Persona 4 remake by announcing Atlas dropped them as Yosuke and Chie.
So, if you have followed the Persona 3 Reload, which is the remake of Persona 3, this shouldn't come as a surprise. The voice casting,
they replaced Vic with...
No. They replaced more than just Vic. They replaced everyone
Vic
except...
with, what's his name?
Zeno Robinson?
Zeno Robinson. I was like, Gambinoson, or what was his name? Isn't his, like...
Childish Gambino.
Gamzino, that's what he calls himself. Yeah, Gamzino.
So yeah, everyone except for Elizabeth was recast. And Green Line, isn't Elizabeth like Yuri Lowenthal's wife or something?
What's her full name?
Aaron Fitzgerald?
No, that's not her.
What are you talking about?
In Persona 3 Reload.
Tara Platt is, I'm pretty sure Tara Platt is Yuri's wife.
Elizabeth. Persona 3 is voiced by Tara Platt.
Yeah. So his wife gets to still be in the game, but he can't be.
And for the record, just so you know, the protagonist of Persona 3 in the original is Yuri Lowenthal as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he was replaced in Persona 3 Reload.
For the reload, yeah. So it should come as no surprise, is what you're saying.
More or less. But the real surprise is the fact they actually decided to even remake Persona 4 to begin with, because it's I mean, it ages a lot better than like Persona 3, but I mean it could use some updates, definitely graphically, and it doesn't even run at 60 FPS and all that.
Yeah, I think they should have waited like 5, 6, 7 years for it, but
they don't need to wait. They just need to get the original cast. Like, now that Yuri Lowenthal, which people seem to actually be a fan of, isn't in the picture. I mean, he wasn't in the picture for Persona 3, but everyone just kind of glossed over that and didn't care. Now everyone cares, right?
Yuri Lowenthal is such an OG anime voice actor too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sasuke.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird because it's like, okay, are the Japanese voices in this remake?
I meant Simon, not Kamina.
Yeah, Kamina is Crispin Freeman, right?
No, that's
Kyle Bear.
Kyle Bear.
Yeah, Kyle
Bear. Gohan.
No, but like it's because are the Japanese voices different? Because I feel like if it's different, then it's like, okay, that's kind of I see the standard, but like if it's the same, because that's like a big thing in the culture now is just is the Seiyu back as the Seiyu.
You can say that about any game that is like getting remade that's like old and has some sort of fan base, is that this is what they grew up with. This is what they started experiencing. I know these characters as these voices and personalities. Yeah. The voice is part of the personality. So when you have a new voice, it kind of like neuters the character in some way.
Yeah. No, for sure. It's just weird. So it's the fact of like, I don't know. It's this thing that I don't know if it's the company themselves or if it's other people trying to influence the whole rising of the new clique.
Well, we know how Persona 5, I think it was the localizers could remove that like gay whatever thing, where it's like they insinuated that Ryuji got like gang banged by these two guys or whatever.
Taken advantage of.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's people in positions that are trying to pull the strings, because it wouldn't surprise me if the localizer, like directors or whatever involved, were like, you know what, we could do better, and then they like try and handpick it. I know everyone says like, oh, the Japanese have to revise everything, but I feel like the people over here probably make bargains with them of like, oh no,
I wonder.
People
wonder if it's a union issue.
It could be that too, because Aaron What's-Her-Face had like on strike or whatever in her profile.
Yeah, because Japan has gotten very they've gotten very careful about hiring union talent because of how insufferable so many people have been.
However, the people they're replacing them with, are those people not union? I'm pretty sure they are. Is Zeno Robinson not like part of like the Bang Zoom LA casts typically?
Mm-hmm.
Is that not union? I thought it was.
I'm just saying that like they're I'm saying that there might be union ties that make it to where they're like, we're gonna hire people outside union, maybe even hiring Japanese-based voice actors who speak English.
I'd agree and think that would make sense, but I'm pretty sure they're just getting more union people. So
yeah, I don't know. Like I haven't been following this at all.
We don't know who's actually the new cast yet, but
holy cow, that popcorn smells like the house should be on fire. It's so burnt. Oh my god, this room is. Oh god damn it! The rest of the podcast, I'm gonna smell this. The whole house probably stinks right now. So I've been reading this while you were talking a little bit, and I'm just going to skip ahead to where it becomes important. On his Blue Sky account, Yuri Lowenthal, what do you call tweeting on Blue Sky? Retarding? Spurking. He spurked. That's from now on. That's what we call it. He spurred, quote. And for those who keep asking, no, I will not be returning as Yosuke for the Persona 4 remake. I asked, maybe I even begged, but they don't want me to come back.
So that's actually interesting to note. Well, for one, it's hilarious that he just blurted this out.
Yeah.
Second of all, everyone speculated that, the reason they didn't get him for Persona 3 is because he's such a big deal nowadays, and he probably costs a lot because he's Spider-Man, right? And all this stuff.
Yeah, this article won't shut up about him playing Spider-Man.
Oh, God.
Even though that's one of the...
So the fact that he's saying he begged for it, maybe.
Yeah. So
like,
as
it sounds
you said,
like he really wanted to be on board.
Aaron Fitzgerald's still on strike, like you said.
Yeah.
Sadly, rather than being the only Persona 4 English WA to share such an update, Lowenthal's reveal was backed up later the same day by Fitzgerald, the original voice of Chie Satanoka, sharing a GIF of the heroine walking forward to save fellow investigation team member Yukikoi Amagi from her shadow self, as clipped from Persona 4.
As we know as
blah. Yeah, she said, for those asking, I have not been asked to reprise my role as Chie Satanoka in the Persona 4 remake, RIP. I am blessed to have recorded as many Persona 4 games as I did playing her.
That reminds us that they've had so many spin-offs of this game. You have Persona Arena, Persona 3, Persona Q, the second Persona Arena, the second Persona Q. I think there's another one. Dancing All Night. Like, there's a lot of games that they've had the same casting, the ones that didn't have like issues or whatever, because Naoto's been a different person in every game, it feels like. But yeah, so it's just like, what's going on, man? The only thing that's gonna be so funny is they're gonna probably have Amanda win Lee back just to spite us. Yukiko.
I can see that. So reading both Lowenthal and Fitzgerald's post, there are two specific points that should stand out to Persona 4 fans. The first is that while many fans presumed such a remake of Persona 4 would eventually follow their previous Persona 3 reload, Lowenthal's breaking of his unfortunate news marks the first time from anyone directly related to either the game or Atlas has positively affirmed that a remake of the fan favorite PS2 title is actually in the works. Second, with both Lowenthal and Fitzgerald being cut from their roles, it seems like Atlas will be taking a page out of their Persona 3 Reload playbook and recasting Persona 4's entire English voice cast. And while they and their fellow original English VAs will likely receive cameos in the remake, as the original cast of Persona 3, save Junpei Iori actor Vic Mignogna did in Reload. Why the fuck that's even worse. Just don't put him in the thing at all.
Yeah,
why would you
like there was that what's it called? Digimon Adventure Tri. TK had a different voice actor, but his original voice actor was in it as some other guy.
God, I fucking hate when they
why
do
even
that.
why even have it then?
Like when Richard Epcar voices Zenigata instead of fucking Jigen.
Jigen, yeah.
At current, neither Atlas nor Sega have yet to offer any official comment on either Lowenthal or Fitzgerald's post, much less the potential existence of a Persona 4 remake. Further, while it does appear
not true anymore.
Yeah, while it does appear Atlas is recasting its English dub actors, it is currently unknown who, if anyone, is going to be the front runner for any roles. All in all, while a Persona 4 remake is certainly a cause for celebration, this news unfortunately comes with a dark stain in the form of Atlas once again gutting a fan favorite voice cast. Not to mention the fact that if the game ever releases, the internet will have to deal with a brand new but still wholly annoying wave of Naoto Shirogane and Goro Akechi related discourse.
I'm not sure what the Akechi discourse is, but the Naoto thing is everyone's going to be like, she's trans. Even people on the there was a mod that was like making Naruto trans or whatever, and even people in the comments were completely roasting them. It's like, look, you're like erasing this character's whole point or whatever, like when you do this. So regarding Persona 3 Reload, the thing that stung the most, like, because it's bad enough that they had little cameos or something like that from the original cast, but they like, you did PR about it. They like showed off, these are the new voice people. They had videos of them being like, I loved this game and all this stuff. And then you have a couple people like Grant George, who used to voice one of the main characters, probably the least of the main characters. And he's like the ADR director or something. And he's like, yeah, you see, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, why are you such a cuck? Why are you like sitting there being like, oh yeah, they just like replaced all of us. It's great. And then like they even got, was it Karen Strassman to do an interview? I don't think it was like anything weird, but it's just like annoying that they're highlighting this as well, these people are the new voices. Just like rubbing salt in the wounds of the people that cared. I hope they don't do that with this next game.
I can only imagine like having to be the former voice actor and having to sit there and be like, so why was that?
I was replaced.
Like, I mean, and only a few instances, and it could be, again, we'd have to wait and see what the cast is like when 4 does come out, because I'm curious to. Oh, what?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I have only experienced Persona through the anime, which I do not think is the way you should experience it, first of all. But I now, like, the kind of shit that they pull like this now makes it so I'm just not going to play it. I'm never going to start picking up the games now because of this. Whatever.
You could play the old one.
I know I could, but I'm just saying, like,
but then he want to continue if he really likes it. And
when a franchise is going to shit on the existing stuff in the property, I would prefer not to become a fan and feel compelled to continue playing the thing. Right? So, like, if all I have to look forward to is a seeming betrayal as a fan, then why am I going to become a fan?
I understand your point, but the thing is, all of these numbered entries are self-contained.
Yeah, I
so
get
it's
that.
not like going to Persona 6 if they add like a trans whatever.
I totally understand that. I'm just saying that if they're gonna pull this kind of shit, and this is a minor thing compared to a bunch of other shit we've looked at, right? Like, I already won't want to play it over the fact that they're censoring out the character that was like predating on the boys, that was a tranny in the bikini or whatever. The gays that try to kidnap that one guy, just because they're gonna bend over backwards and shit. I just don't want to even bother, Yeah, I think it's funny you say, AC, just play Metaphor ReFantazio. That has shit too. Same thing with Catherine that you also bring up, right? They cut Catherine too. Yeah, I just don't want to play Atlas games now. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't seem like it's worth it.
I don't know if you grabbed my tweet, but basically in Persona 3 Reload, another thing they did that pissed me off was, so when they re-release the game, they basically make a definitive version that has a new ending and all this stuff, and like an extra area you can play and all that. Yeah, and they resell you the whole game at full price.
Before we look at your tweet, this is the announcement that Persona 4 Revival.
You can see how sexy it looks now.
I mean, I feel like the aesthetic for the games previously was, that dated jank to it, with the anime drawings on top.
It had like a kind of aesthetic to, just what seemed like.
I don't know. Gaming has gone to the dogs as far as I'm concerned. It's just not really been worth it to get back into it for the most part. And then your tweet, don't sell us the golden as a separate seasons pass DLC, like you did the answer in Persona 3 Reload this time. It looks good so far, but it's already going to be hard enough to charge us full price for the remake that you're going to replace the original voice cast on.
Yeah, because they're going to charge like the new price $90 and then expect you to be like, oh yeah, this is great. And then they're going to sell you the DLC. That's exactly what happened with Persona 3 Reload. And I bought the stupid Giga Chat edition, digital deluxe edition, which comes with all launch DLC. It didn't even come with the Seasons Pass, which the Seasons Pass is what you had to get the answer, which was included in Persona 3 FES, which is the re-release. So you had to get the Seasons Pass, which
Persona
comes with
3 the one where
DLCs
they summon their persona by shooting
yes, by
themselves in the head?
suiciding their head.
What a lovely game franchise. I meant that.
Oh no, they're gonna remaster the songs too, and they're gonna butcher those.
Oh
too,
god,
they did that in Persona 3, but mods master race.
Isn't it great that you have to take matters into your own hands all the time?
Yeah, I'm not saying I like that, but I'm just saying I can have my cake and eat it too if I really want.
Yeah. You guys have anything more you want to share about this?
I have like one more thing, and I will say that you're probably more so correct than I will be in the assessment that it's an effort from the company to just not deal with the union. However, part of me can't help but wonder if it's just the inner clique that's coming
I don't
up
know though, because
today.
Zeno Robinson is definitely a union VA, right? So I don't know if that counts, but I think so. Let me sidestep that for a second. What I mean by that is that there is precedent of them doing this previously for the Persona 3 remake. But when they did it back then, they were getting rid of Vic and other voice actors just because they were also getting rid of Vic.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the only like conspiratorial thing that kind of might make sense is if they
and
wanted
even
to
back
not
then
look
they
like
should
were
not have gotten
targeting
rid of
him.
Vic, right? That's the thing, is that they, that whole thing has fizzled out and nobody was convinced to begin with. You know what I mean? Like the only people who were convinced were the people who wanted to hate to begin with. So I don't know. I really don't think that it's
right. But
I
part
don't
of me
think it's the right move.
So part of me is convinced that it just might be the new inner clique that might want to just
It
take
definitely
over
could
these
be.
games. Like
We want new voices to take over the legacy that you already built.
Yeah.
It's like, well, Yuri's got, Spider-Man now. He can't, he doesn't want to come back.
It does kind of seem like there is a little bit of give it to the small guy because he's already got it
Communism.
made. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's definitely
That's just my opinion. I have no grounds for that. It's just what I think might be going on.
All right. So we've got another interesting thing going on. Multiple customers have reported that a GameStop in New York punctured their Switch 2 screens by accident after stapling receipts to their boxes.
The fuck?
Oof.
You think they'd have like slightly more material between the staple and the screen?
Well, they should have stapled it to who wants to ruin the box with a staple marking?
Seriously. So one GameStop apparently stapled receipts to brand new Switch 2 boxes, and guess what happened?
The employees were using vampiric touch.
What?
Vampiric touch. They're vampire.
No, they were using Thunderwave.
All right.
It
looks like vampire fangs.
We're still apparently at least 100 people had their receipts stapled directly to the boxes. It's possible that some of those Switch 2 screens escaped the scrape, but if this really is the case, it seems like this branch of GameStop is going to have plenty of returns and upset people coming in. As many commenters on the previous thread have said, there's no need to be stapling receipts to anything. So just so we're clear, they were stapling the receipts to the pre-order copies. So if you went out of your way to secure your pre-order by paying in advance,
waiting in line 3 hours for midnight.
Early adopter tax, right?
Yeah. Tape on the bag would have been just fine. But even if the screens weren't damaged, there's no need to be stapling receipts to anything. Oh, I already read that. Even if the screens weren't damaged, we'd be mightily pissed if even the console's box was punctured needlessly. I think it's so funny
they probably wanted to save the box by not putting tape on the box because
if they had just stapled it in a different spot, it would have gone right into here and no issues, right?
If they would have just watched those leaked unboxing videos, they would have just known where to not to staple.
If we were being very generous to the unthinking staple wielder, you could suggest that Nintendo placing the screen directly beneath the top of the box makes damage more likely to occur in transit. As you can see in the pic above, the screen sits right there under the lid. Burying
just
the
like
tablet,
with the Switch 1, by the way.
Burying the tablet deeper within the box might have helped save some upset here. So I've got another article here. Apparently, GameStop responded. Oh, I'm getting right. All right. There it is. Okay. So they responded. GameStop stapled the receipt for me and my friend Switch 2 to the box. FML. Genuinely insane. Now I'm going to have to wait 3 months for the restock. Right?
That's not true. That person's being melodramatic.
And yes,
there's so much stock everywhere. Just go get a fucking another one.
And yes, we were there for the midnight release, so I bet everyone in line is going to have the same issue.
If this affected one single store and there's 200 people that have this issue, they could solve that in 2 days. Like, they could get enough switches to replace all of them from the surrounding area within 2 days. Like,
So this
you're not
person
having to wait for Nintendo to restock shit.
This person calls out the specific store in Staten Island. GameStop has since responded to the incident, humorously replying to Dexerto's tweet with a meme and clarifying that the stapled consoles were tracked to one specific store. Quote, "We've addressed a unique case of staples damaging Switch 2 screens, isolated to one store. Replacements have been ordered. Staplers have been confiscated."
Oh, there it is. What? Here, let me just go ahead and get that from you. Great.
Yep.
Switches get stitches, don't they?
I thought you were going to post the other, to bring up the other
I got that
comment they made.
Yeah, this is the other comment they made. Buy your Switch 2 from someone else. We don't care. Oh! Okay, so that is a tweet that if you read the follow-up tweet is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever read. Show a Switch 2 receipt from anyone to trade your old console in for a 20% bonus. Now, until June 15th. Who the fuck just paid, what is it, $600 for a Switch?
$450.
Whatever. Who spent that money and immediately turned around and says, you know what? I got to sell this shit back to GameStop. Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're talking about the original Switch, not Switch 2.
Fair, right? If you bought a Switch 2, trade in your old console. They could be referring to the Switch. We don't care. Show a Switch 2 receipt from anyone to trade your old console in for a 20% bonus. Now until 6/15/2025. So the 20% bonus is going to be what, like an extra $1? Right? You know, was 50 cents, now 75 cents, right? Like, yeah. Any thoughts on this more?
I wasn't watching it.
Yeah.
But
The people that stapled the consoles are stupid.
They should be held solely accountable and have to buy all the Switch 2s.
The annoying thing is, EB Games / GameStop have gone out of their way to get stickers that have a good stick and are easily removable.
Yeah.
Like
Walmart has them
worked.
too.
I don't know about Walmart, but
I'm not talking about like the packing labels, the shipping labels. They come off so easy.
Okay. The GameStop branded stickers, at least that they use here, are like they purposely made them so that they're easy to peel. They come off as long as you take them off within like a year. I've had stuff that I've put like in storage and I've gone back and I've tried to peel off the sticker and it's like dried on there. That's different. But if you take it off within a couple weeks, even a couple months, you're fine. It'll peel off fine. So just grab the fucking roll of stickers, and because the reason they're doing that too, they're putting the receipt on there, is to just track like, okay, that's that person's Switch, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So just track with pre-orders and not selling the ones that are
put the sticker on.
It would have been so easy. Yeah.
Like I could see there being issue with tape too, right? Like, oh, they taped my thing and now I ripped my box, right? For people that care.
Scotch tape. That's so easy.
Sometimes Scotch tape fucks up too, but the stickers are designed to be removed easily. Just use them. It's I don't know. It's silly that they did that, but they should be fairly easy to get a replacement, and I don't think you're waiting months. They're a day after the release. Almost all of the GameStops around here had stock still. Best Buy for sure, they still had stock.
The Best Buy I went to earlier today said had a big sign, sold out.
Yeah. Well, it's going to depend on location. Although, and now we're like a couple days out, but
well, in Canada they don't have the tariffs from Japan, so right.
Fair, I suppose. I think that would affect our price, not our availability, but sure.
Well, it'd be easier to import because you could afford more at the store, right? And you would have more of a guarantee people would buy, so you could order more, and you could probably flood it there. I don't know. I didn't buy one. I don't give a shit. Old man says GameStop stapling switches reminds me of when Game Crazy would resurface game discs, making them perfect. Then they would wipe the cleaning fluid off with the scratchiest paper towel they could find, leaving thousands of micro scratches in the resurfaced disc. Is that where they would like grind down a layer of the polycarbonate? Oh, that makes me sick to my stomach to think about discs being treated that way. Cool T says, I bet they hired DEI for diversity and they don't care about gaming. I don't know. I think it's an easy mistake a person can make, especially somebody who's a manager of the store who just, they own they're franchising that GameStop location or whatever. Yeah, some boomer did it. Clink right onto the game package. That's all you got to do, son. Right?
I have a question.
Yep.
Reese, have you played your Switch 2?
I have it in my hands right now, yeah.
Wow, I'm impressed. Are you actually playing it?
Oh,
I have played it, yeah.
Have you been able to load Facebook on it?
Not yet. I'm not going to try, though.
Did you install just one game on it?
Totally. I'm almost out of memory, actually.
Wow, that's like the first time you got a Switch.
Yeah. So what's the question?
You think he learned from his lesson, but he didn't.
He's trying to make a joke about the fact that you buy all these games that you don't play.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Couldn't believe you didn't get it. It was so obvious. Wow.
He identifies as someone who plays all of his games. Okay.
Oh, I hope you put that Switch down, son, because the right stuff news is coming up. 500 for the bundle, which has more in stock.
Yeah, Randy was saying that earlier.
Yeah. To be fair, Nintendo should redesign those boxes. The Switch is on top with only a thin layer of cardboard to protect the screen from damage.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is like, why is the staple able to penetrate that much?
Well, I don't know if the original Switch had the box like that, but my understanding was
The OLED at least does, because I just
the
packed
OLED
mine
did.
up for my mom.
At a certain point, they redesigned the box to reduce size to save on shipping costs, and so I think
I don't think Canada tariffs Japan at the level that the U.S. is currently tariffing everybody.
correct. We're not tariffing Japan. We're tariffing America. I don't know if that played any role in the importation of the Switches to Canada or not.
Dear God, they were making fun of his Facebook machine. Come on.
We were having I was having an argument with people online about whether or not Nintendo was importing to BC and the port there.
Mm-hmm.
They have a distribution center in BC, but I don't know how much of a warehouse they have.
Mm-hmm.
And with the tariffs on the horizon, you would think they would purposely avoid importing into the States to then import to Canada.
Yeah.
Right? That would be
you're
silly.
really proving my point about why there's more in Canada.
Well, they actually imported all of this. They preloaded all of the shipments before the tariffs came in, and then when the tariffs actually came into effect, they delayed the pre-order for both America and Canada, even though Canada didn't have the tariffs. And then Trump offered his delay, right? He delayed all the tariffs. So if they wanted to import stuff, I don't think the tariffs are really holding them up yet.
Okay, so
I was gonna add one more thing regarding this comment. They took off the Crunchyroll app. They took off all the video streaming apps. And day one, YouTube wouldn't even work, and that was even on the list of the apps that they took off for Switch 2. Bring those back! Come on, fucking. At least bring back Crunchyroll on YouTube or something. I don't know if YouTube works now.
Sure, it's inevitable, but I guess
they said it would be it's going to be a game-centered console now.
But Reese, isn't that what you use your laptop for?
But when I'm on the road and I want to load up some anime episodes to watch on the road trip, I can't exactly pull out my 9-pound laptop and have it sit on my lap.
I mean, you could.
You can. It's literally called a laptop.
It's bigger than my lap. Okay, it's not sitting up there.
Reese, listen, man. We don't need to provide you with your own anti-seizure glasses, young man.
What you're quoting them as saying we're going to be a game-centered thing, was that comment made in regards to streaming services specifically?
Yeah, it was the Facebook thing. You guys were making fun of the Facebook thing. All right.
What?
The Facebook thing where you said, have you loaded Facebook onto your Switch 2 yet?
No.
He's talking about me saying that Nintendo wants the Switch 2 to be a gaming device and not a streaming device.
Okay. I'm over here adding stuff to the back.
I don't know if it was on. Just because they took them all off, it basically infers that. I didn't even realize Hulu was on Switch.
Yeah, but they have to update those apps, right?
But they specifically took them off, and there was a thing that it was in the Crunchyroll FAQ that said that when they had a section about the Switch app. Hang on.
It's possible that you're correct in your assumptions. I'm just saying that it's also possible that the apps got taken down, or they didn't get taken down, but they don't work because they're Switch 1 apps and they need to be updated for Switch 2.
I'm putting it in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, so I want to address these real quick. Kotuchi about saying, did Toriyama work on Silent Hill? He was saying, I mean, they slap famous names on properties in Japan all the time. Why not Toriyama? Meaning I was mentioning how they are slapping Silent Hill on it, seemingly. Like it feels like it's just a different game that they're tying into Silent Hill for no reason. So why not? Akira Toriyama wrote and directed this episode of Dragon Ball, right? And then Silent Hill F will be good too, but I don't know if it will be Silent Hill. I agree. This is sort of my thoughts on it as well.
From the FAQs there, Randy, it doesn't sound like they're developing an app or an update.
Okay.
Yeah.
Redis, are you ready?
You can do it. I believe in you.
Guess I won't go take a leak. No. All right, where is it? Here it is. Okay. Are you ready for this? Oof.
Just the one. Wolf Children.
Wolf Children? That was obvious.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
No, we expected this. Just, really, as in, that's a decent cover.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. That's my really.
I mean, it's been solicited for months, and it's just now getting on the Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
Like it's been on the
Director's cut trailers. Whoa!
I mean, I had the 4K Steelbook from Amazon pre-ordered day one.
I can't wait to watch the trailer and skip the movie.
Yeah. I'm skipping the movie in general because one, I already own it, and two, I don't plan on watching this movie again. It's kind of depressing for me, so it's just like,
and it's triggering, right? The animal
bestiality scene,
Okay, that part, maybe
bestiality.
Even what about the breastfeeding scene? Do we need a trigger warning for the breastfeeding scene?
Yes.
You're right.
All right.
Bestial breastfeeding scene.
On the premium content.
Dear God. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Stealth Weave is down. I repeat, Stealth Weave is down. You cannot support us on Stealth Weave today. However, you can support us by shopping at OCAPodcast.com/store, where my wife has made it very clear that I must get the Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist shirt up ASAP.
Apparently, you've said that the last 2 podcasts.
Yes, but I've been working on the goddamn manifesto. Would you rather me not work on that?
You just drop the project altogether. Yeah.
Fuck you. We've been covering Attack on Titan since January.
Yeah, and whose fault is that?
Think I'm gonna give up now?
Covering it, extensively. Our coverage of covering it.
Yeah. Anyway, now for a segment I like to call Studio Ghibli has sold out. Studio Ghibli releases new anime cushions for Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service fans.
They're not making any more movies after The Boy and the Herring, so they're just like, fuck it.
I think they did announce another movie. They just
They said Miyazaki's working on the next movie. Whether or not he finishes it, that's a different story.
So there's this. Oh, what's this? Studio Ghibli brings anime cake from Kiki's Delivery Service to life without the calories. So that's the cake. That same thing we were just looking at as a cushion a second ago.
I'm glad you can't see it because of the bow or whatever.
Yeah, the
strap. Yeah,
I think if you undo the strap and use it the way it's intended, it'll be more visible. Right?
Do you like strap on or strap off?
There's also the Totoro log plushie pouches. Clear tummy bags are here to adorably hold your most important stuff. Wow. Oh. Let the world know you're packing grandma candy.
It looks like a giant mouth.
Totoro mini pouches are enormously cute.
That's not Totoro. What's the arrow for?
That's Brotaro.
No, the whole thing here is they're like, it's big Totoro versus medium Totoro and small Totoro. So that's big Totoro, medium Totoro, and there's no small Totoro. Damn, cucked. All right, but guess what? Studio Ghibli brings Princess Mononoke's Wolf Fang dagger to life as a ballpoint pen.
Oh no! Why?
How would you even use that? I mean, you could clearly use it, but it's just a pain in the ass.
Pain in the ass. That's exactly how you use it, as a pain in your ass. Also, guess what? Totoro Full of Poses figures are full of joyful cuteness. Complete set comes with a surprise.
Oh, dude, he can suck you off.
Where is that the surprise? He spins the top on his dick. Wow,
Yeah,
guess what? There's more.
Flashlight.
Studio Ghibli releases Kodama 4 Spirits from Princess Mononoke to light up your home.
Is this the butt plug version?
Only if you're brave enough.
Yeah, it glows in the dark, so when you lose it, you can find it again.
A lot of butts. But wait, there's even more. Studio Ghibli releases new Kodama flower vase that glows in the dark and lights up your heart.
And here I thought it was a bong.
Damn.
Does that not look like a bong? Like
That needs to be a bong.
initial-
I bet somebody has done it.
Not in Japan, where it's illegal. Ghibli scene stealing Wara Wara are ready to keep you company as adorable keychains. When I watched this with God, did I see this with Julie or with Dan? I can't remember now. I referred to them as the abortions.
What?
Aren't they like the spirits of unborn children or something?
Well, that's the cutest abortion I've ever seen.
Look, he has your eyes.
Ghibli Howl's Moving Castle calcifer rings aren't just rings, they're kaza rings, which is like a Japanese pun for beautiful works of art or something.
Oh, I'm a sucker for anything calcifer, though, I'll be
Who
honest.
the fuck is gonna wear it though?
Oh, a ring? Ew, no, never mind. I take it back.
I want my calcifer cock ring now.
I got my a friend of mine a keychain of calcifer in the small calcifer.
I have a calcifer plushie.
Yeah, I see it.
Right there. Next to Yakul and the Mononoke
The butt,
mask.
the dick fucking mask.
And the Trigun cat.
Yeah. You just need Gigi instead of the Trigun cat.
Oh, Studio Ghibli earrings bring classy fun to your look, courtesy of Totoro, Calcifer, and more. Ooh, they look like shit.
I was gonna say
it literally looks like a thief running away with a bag of jewels spilling out.
Yeah.
Those are kind of awesome, though.
Yeah, you should get Julie those.
I don't think her ears are pierced anymore.
Oh, they're not? Okay.
Well, get them for yourself then, pussy.
Right? Nipple piercings.
Oh, they even did Arietti, huh?
Yep.
Pole dancing Arietti.
Right? I'm going to go see that. A buddy of mine already bought the tickets.
All right. Studio Ghibli serves up My Neighbor Totoro with a side of traditional Japanese wagashi sweets, including the brain.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's supposed to be Sakura Mochi, but that's a fucking brain. Come on.
Yeah, that's just Baldur's Gate.
And it's got a Reese's cup paper on it with eyes, right? Dango. Taiyaki. And Strawberry Pac-Man. Studio Ghibli Wind Chime adds anime charm to the summer breeze. So he's got a soot sprite. He's got a ladybug. What is a butterfly? Okay. All right. Studio Ghibli releases new My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away Bamboo fans. You know, those things that they give away at conventions. Wow. All right. But wait, there's more. Studio Ghibli releases cute bean letter Uchiwa fans in 3 anime movie designs. Wow. Yes. Thank God. Just what I needed before Anime Expo. But wait, there's even more. Can you fucking believe it? Studio Ghibli umbrellas. That is the most obscure Studio Ghibli reference I feel like I've seen in a while. Traditional Japanese Ghibli gift set lets you give Totoro tea time to a fellow fan or yourself. Oh my God, look at that. Studio Ghibli released a Japanese sake flask and a cup set for anime lovers.
From Pokoroso.
Mm-hmm.
A film I actually did not like all that much, but it's all right.
What?
Studio Ghibli releases new Totoro Tenugui anime art for the rainy season in Japan. Whoa. I wonder how long they're going to do this until they stop making money. But wait, there's even more. Studio Ghibli releases new My Neighbor Totoro scrunchie and ribbon sets. Oh my God. Just what I needed for the summer season. Holy fuck. I cannot believe this is still going.
It's annoying that they're putting out all of this stuff as
now,
but it's like no, but
no
it's
figures
like,
though. Yeah.
Yeah, no figures.
Because
That's...
literally all they're...
Did he freeze or did I freeze?
I was going to ask the same question. I think it's him.
Yeah, it's him.
He is solidly frozen.
Oh, there I am.
He raged so hard at Ghibli stuff. He was caught in the...
Am I back?
Yes, you're back now.
Yeah.
So it's a nice touch with the tie clip, though. Ugly ass tie here. Holy shit, that's ugly. Oh, these are hideous too. Holy God.
You gotta have the perfect suit to go with it.
Dear God, how much? Corn! These are kind of neat. I would never use them. I don't even have a tie clip. Only tie I even know where I own it is Yoshikage Kira's. You know, the one I wore for this month in anime. Also, support Japan's real-world Totoro forest with special Studio Ghibli collection. Wow. so much amazing, incredible, unbelievable. The Totoro Fund. Yeah. So I guess by buying these, you're helping a forest.
Well, now I don't want it.
Yeah. Fuck forest.
Fuck trees.
You're making it environmentalism sexy, Reese. I think it's really funny that they're helping with environmentalism by selling a bunch of kitsch crap that's going to end up in a goddamn landfill. You know what I mean? Like,
true.
You can fold it? Whoa!
It's got built-in features.
Yeah, like the seams ruining the image. How many fucking... Oh my god. Dear Lord. Oh my god. I wouldn't have even... This one came out today. Holy shit. All right. And finally, the new Studio Ghibli Uniqlo t-shirts line coming to the US. Japan left out once again. Fuck you, Japan.
I mean, there's not many good ones in this set, though.
Yeah, hilariously, though, this is the one that you were saying you could only wear one of them in Japan, but it's not coming to Japan.
Yeah.
That's hideous. Who the fuck is going to wear that? That better be the back of the shirt. Even still, who? What is this crap? Japan doesn't even want this.
That's why it's like Japan banned from it. It's just like, no, you know what? US can have it.
There's a radish spirit on the sleeve.
Yep. Specifically the radish's ass.
Princess Mononoke sketch.
Yeah.
Like, of all the things that are Princess Mononoke themed, they give us a one sweater that has a little tiny sketch. The back looks more okay, but like, give me variety.
That should have been the front. Are you kidding me? That's the back of it?
Oh my god. Yeah, they're going to sell so much of the Tale of Princess Kaguya shirt.
Oh yeah.
Cut off 75% of her body.
Painted. Just like the t-shirt. Get it?
Here it is. Pompoko.
The one you said I shouldn't watch.
These nuts.
Though there are culturally relevant testicles. Oh, that's good. That's the next thing we're going to look at. Or you can get the Kiki's delivery service.
Can't even read that.
Studio Ghibli.
It's like white on white, though.
Yeah.
White on white balance.
Where's Porcoroso's testicles?
You mean Pompoko's testicles?
No, I mean Porcoroso's.
Pig's orgasms last 30 minutes.
He needs his culturally relevant testicles.
Let's take a look at the squeezable Tanuki testicle capsule toy with choking warning for kids. In Japan.
But why?
But why?
When you squeeze them, does the eyes bulge
The eyes
out?
pop out? That would be a good design.
No, it's the opposite. You squeeze it and the balls come out.
Are we sure the choking warning is for kids and not adults?
As long as it's not the dick. They squeeze it and the dick goes out.
Yeah, does the dildo have a choking hazard warning?
the latest chapter in Japan's long tradition of long-balled depictions of raccoon dogs. Despite the second half of the company name, Tokyo-based capsule toy maker Tarlin International has made some very Japanese products. Sure, their tiny ninja figurines could be seen as tapping into worldwide fame of the Shadow Warriors, but plushy versions of Haniwa and Dogu ancient clay figures or miniature regional rice bags are deeper cuts into quirky Japanese culture. But now, Tarlin International has created a capsule toy with an even more uniquely Japanese theme with the release of Momi Momi Tanukin. There's a bit of wordplay to unpack there, but the gist is this. They're squeezable tanuki testicles made out of soft vinyl, to be precise.
What if they made a version of this where it was actually hanging breasts of something else?
The real question is, how hard would it be for us to make that? Momi Momi comes from the Japanese word momu, meaning to rub, squeeze, or massage, while tanukin is a mashup of tanuki, raccoon dogs, and kintama, meaning testicles. This might seem like a completely unhinged idea for a toy, but the hinge is easier to see if you're versed in Japanese folklore or alternatively a scholar of testicular cultural anthropology. And even if you never took Intro to Japanese Folklore or Balls Around the World 101 in college, you may have seen a whole bunch of tanuki testicles in Studio Ghibli's Pom Poko anime film.
Did this movie awaken some feminine furry types out in this world?
I feel like this might have saved more kids from growing up to be furries than anything else, actually. I advocate traumatizing children, as stated earlier. Oh. Okay. In Japanese legends, tanuki aren't just cuddly-looking woodland critters, but trickster spirits who like to prank unsuspecting country bumpkins, and among their purported powers are the ability to change the size and shape of their testicles as part of their shape-shifting skills. Outside the realm of the supernatural, in the real world, Japanese goldsmiths used to use tanuki scrotum skin, renowned for its durable pliability, as a wrapping when hammering gold into gold leaf.
Wow.
And that connection between tanuki testicles and precious metals got stretched further still to tanuki balls being sometimes seen as symbols of impending economic prosperity, which is why there's a prominent feature on statues you'll see outside of some Japanese businesses. A ramen restaurant with tanuki out front, letting it all hang out /low. Wow.
Why is it not pixelated?
So from a Japanese standpoint, tanuki and testicles go together like left and right nuts. The connection is so strong that Tarlin International didn't create its squeezable figure as just one possibility in a wider series of Japanese folklore-themed capsule toys. No, the Momi Momi Tanukin is its own entire line, because what would be more disappointing than desiring tanuki balls but getting something else? These being capsule toys, though, there still has to be some random element, so Tarlin International produces the Momi Momi Tanukin in 4 different colors, each with an elegant name. Here's Yamabuki, Japanese yellow rose, Kuri, chestnut, Shirochi, white tea, and finally Uguisu, Japanese bush warbler, because yellow, brown, gray, and green just don't have the dignity these figures deserve. Momi Momi Tanukin are available in capsule toy machines as of this month, priced at 400 yen or $2.75 US each, as in each figure, not each testicle. Thank you. Note that Tarlin International says that they're meant for users aged 8 and up. The company makes an additional warning that when not being played with, the figure should be kept at a safe space out of reach of children under 3 years old as a safety precaution, and also to spare you the very awkward conversation of having to call for an ambulance and saying, "Help, my child is choking on tanuki balls." I think the brown is the best, right?
The most lore accurate.
Yeah.
You don't like the yellow bastard Tanuki?
No.
The
he looks like he's seen some shit though. All right. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure manga author provides newly drawn illustrations for the JoJo World shop. So all this is all fine and dandy. The world, right? But I just wanted to share one specific cursed item. And that is the Iggy donut.
Wouldn't it be a dog nut at that point?
Why is that so funny? Oh no. Also, I want the plate with the Caesar like belts and the Jotaro
the star
hand thing. Yeah, the star 17. Oh, this is too funny. That's it. That's all I shared it for. You're welcome. Meanwhile, the stupidest fucking thing that not a goddamn person would buy, Fira X Wear launches My Hero Academia line styled after UA sports uniform. Oh man, I'm gonna go to school wearing my cringe as fuck outfit. Oh, Plus Ultra, My Hero Academia. Wow. Oh my god, the cringe.
You don't want to wear My Hero short shorts?
Uh-oh. How'd that happen? You mean these?
Yeah.
No. It's arguably way better than the rest, because at least you compare those with something else, because they don't say fucking Plus Ultra on the side, right?
Is that the actor from Holes?
Oh. Is he?
That it looks like it. I think that's Zero from Holes.
Looking it up. Sigourney Weaver was in Holes? God, it's been years.
I don't know if they'll have a
Zero. Oh
credit.
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That looks eerily similar to him.
Yeah.
I know he's a weeb, so like I could see him doing it.
Zoom and enhance. I
Does
said
he have
zoom.
the same, like angle on his ear in both photos?
Oh my god, the ears. I think that's him.
Damn.
He's got the same like tweak up.
The same single lock in the front of his head. Like you see that?
Yeah.
Hair
Yeah, that's
in
the
middle
same
of his
one.
head?
The same little fluff in the front of his head.
If it's not him, it looks identical to him.
How the mighty have fallen.
Fucking twin brother.
What do you mean? How the mighty has fallen.
He's in one fucking photo. Surrounded by women. Okay, maybe he's.
Yeah, I was really winning. Yeah, just
surrounded.
Is he gonna play Deku in the live action?
Right, the Netflix adaptation.
Anyway, cringe. Mega Ultra cringe.
Yeah.
All right. You know what else is cringe? You guys remember last year for Anime Expo, they had this really bitchin' thing at Dodger Stadium during Anime Expo.
Take
where
me out to the ball game.
They had
I
a bunch
wanna-
of VTubers that got
Gura
their own
and yeah, Gura
baseball
and
cards.
other
Right? Remember how
bitch.
cool that shit was? Yeah, so they're doing that again for this Anime Expo. Except instead of making something that was really fucking cool, they said, what if we just take one of the most popular anime out there and get the cheapest bullshit off Alibaba that will cost us 10 cents for every single one we're going to need. And then we'll just slap the fucking LA Dodgers logo on it. Fans will love that. We're going to sell so many seats and hot dogs, it's not even going to be funny. And just to be safe, let's also throw One Piece on the back.
What if we actually had Luffy come on stage and do it?
What if we gave them a Luffy hand job from the stadium where he could reach out? Do you think we could afford that? Is that in the budget? No? Okay, how about we just put a stupid fucking LA
they
logo
need to
on the
make
stupid hat?
Luffy branded condoms.
Yes. Wait, are they giving us cards too?
Use his gum to make you come.
Wow.
The cum fruit. No. That's what that one guy from the documentary or whatever that has random spontaneous orgasms. The cum fruit. So it looks like it does come with like an actual card too. I don't want the fucking card. That's retarded. But still. It looks like it is in fact coming with a card. The hat is just so insulting that I just like, that's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway. In other news, Luffy condoms fit any size, any length. There is a Tanuki family in Apocalypse Hotel. Oh, cool. One Piece Lego sets both are and aren't the first ever Lego anime collaboration.
Yeah, anime collaboration. That distinctly looks like the live action version.
5 kits take their
funny how I'm
inspiration from
able
One
to
Piece,
tell that.
but not from the anime or manga.
It's funny how I'm able to tell that it's from the live action and not the fucking
big yikes.
Oh God, that's cursed.
Yeah.
That's such a shame. Like, this could have been a decent set.
I think the Baratier looks pretty cool.
Yeah, the Baratier.
It's only half a ship.
Get 2.
Dropped $700.
Modern dramas require modern solutions, Randy.
I don't even know if it would work if you bought 2.
Yeah, because they have the whole head. It's not half a head.
Well, yeah, but the like some of the pieces are designed to go a certain way. I just don't think you could flip it, you know?
Oh yeah, that too.
Also, wait, what? I didn't watch the live action. Is the fish head? Do they dine in the fish head?
Yeah, that's just like the patio area or whatever where the bar is located.
Oh, the fish head was at the patio area. Fucking that was a fucking their cannon or their secondary boat cannon thing that they use. Attack boat.
And then Arlong Park.
Yeah, I think it's like if they have those giant circular cartoony eyes on Luffy and all that, that's how you'd know that, like, oh yeah, this is part of this is actually One Piece instead of live action.
Yeah, and then they've also got the Buggy the Clown's circus tent and Windmill Village. Whoa.
And the hair too. I think they went over.
Whoa,
their way
Shanks
to make
has
the-
2 arms. That's bad.
Yeah, well, no, don't worry. It's a minifig. You can just pop it off.
Well, this is the
Oh,
part.
true.
This is the part where he still had it because Kid Luffy is still eating the gum fruit.
Is that their workaround to not have like a character missing an arm?
Well,
this happens in the thing before he loses his arm.
No, I'm saying they chose. Oh, we'll make a set of before his arm gets chopped off. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he's not really in it afterwards.
Yeah.
He's in it for like one scene afterwards. But
I
anyway,
love Zeph's.
yeah, they do have a photo of the playset with him like missing an arm, end quote, and they basically just rotated the cape to cover his arm, so it looks like he's missing an arm.
So these are the actual Lego store places, the things you can get from it, right?
Oh god, that Luffy is cursed.
Yep.
And the buggy.
Yeah. Much more affordable than the rest of these.
Honestly, I was surprised that the Going Merry was
only 140.
Yeah,
Yeah.
only 140.
The Baratier is fucking $329.99.
You don't
I think they value the minifigs at like fucking $50 a piece. I swear to God.
Seriously.
Oh god.
Oh man. All right. You guys ready for the last random merch article? Family Mart is giving away free socks for your ice cream in Japan.
Which kind of ice cream?
The dick-shaped one.
A homemade ice cream?
Testing the convenience of convenience wear. A few years back, Family Mart added an exclusive clothing range called Convenience Wear to its stores, containing everyday staples like t-shirts and jackets. There were a few items adorned in the chain's signature colored stripes that instantly became runaway hits, and there was one item that was so popular it sold out instantly. Family Mart line socks. That's funny. The socks became a cult product amongst convenience store fans, and now the chain is drawing everyone in again with a new tie-up promotion product in collaboration with Papico Ice Cream. A special Papico sweater for free. Oh no. For when you just want to stick your dick in the sock and not cover your ass. Like with the full pair of underwear.
It's that dick in a sock.
As the image below shows, this sweater is actually modeled on the line socks, only there's only one of them, and it's a much smaller form. It looks like a baby sock. What could you use one tiny sock for, you might be wondering? Well, it's designed to fit snug around the ice cream to stop your hands from getting cold and wet. Ah, Family Mart, thank you for making our lives more convenient. The sock adds to the fun of the ice cream, which is designed to be sucked out of the container like a bottle. You can even give it the loose sock style favored by young girls in Japan.
I think that's just the chode style.
Not only is the sock convenient for keeping your ice cream cold, it can be reused as a chair leg cover to keep your furniture from scratching the floor.
Oh, yeah?
Wow.
And if you've got a pair of actual line socks in your wardrobe, you'll be able to match your furniture. Or your ice cream.
Bro, that's so lit.
Avoid the elephant in the room so hard.
Yeah, right. With Papico ice cream in the 205 yen to 267 yen price range, the free Family Mart mini sock is a great deal. But you'll want to pull on your line socks and run to the chain now, as they'll be available for a limited time while stocks last. Damn it, eBay. Whoa. I almost quit instead of just closing one tab. All right, you guys ready for the last couple here?
Let's do it.
Oh, can I go take a leak? Can you guys cover some chats real quick? I've been holding it for some time because Reese.
What's the last chat?
The Tanuki family in Apocalypse Hotel, and then the next floor. I don't know, whatever.
Fail. There's a Tanuki family in Apocalypse Hotel. I recommend the anime. I have never heard of it before. I will check it
That's
out.
airing this season. It's pretty good.
Oh, well, that's probably why I haven't heard of it. Buzzy Ball for the Tanuki. Nice. Luffy condoms fit any size, any length.
Anyway.
Difficult to manufacture, I think.
Yeah.
I wonder what else.
Yeah, Tenga X, a One Piece collab. That's what they need.
The interesting is it was like a him and hers like scenario there with the ice cream. You know, the guy gets the sock, the girl gets the container for the ice cream.
So she puts it in him.
I mean, maybe it is June. Maybe it's just the guy. Maybe it's all guys.
Perfect timing. All right. 8 people arrested for being fake fortune tellers as opposed to real fortune tellers. Next
I
bad
can tell the fortune. You're gonna scroll down.
Next bad horoscope I get, I'm pressing charges. Fraud is a strange
I was
thing
right.
when you think about it. Although simply defined as deceit to deprive someone of a legal right or money, that kind of thing happens all the time. I mean, how much money have we as a society handed over to Disney while they perpetuate the lie that a mouse and duck can talk and have agreed that one should only wear pants and the other only a shirt? Wow, that was a stretch. Bearing that in mind, we have an interesting arrest by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police in which 8 men and women were accused of defrauding at least 10 people across Japan out of a total exceeding 50 million yen. They did this by operating a fake fortune-telling website and giving people fortunes such as, "You will definitely win the lottery today." See, you can't give them that fortune because that's how you get found out to be a fraud, right?
Morons.
Just fucking idiots. You just have to copy and paste all your fortune cookies as their fortunes.
Yeah.
They were reported by a woman in her 70s who had been using the fake fortune-telling website since May 2024 and made over 350 money deposits throughout the course of 10 months that totaled 7.37 million yen, $51,000 US. While it's good to see fraudsters getting what they deserve and the prevention of other people being victimized by them, there's something bothering me about this case. Let's see if the online comments can pinpoint the problem here. Quote, think about it. If they could win the lottery with their power, why would they work as fortune tellers? Oh my God. Genius. Right? If people want to, I mean, this goes back to, how did I ever know not to hit the fake download button, right? There's just some things that you shouldn't have to tell people. If people want to increase their chances of winning the lottery, they should use that money for more tickets, not that it would help much. That one guy has a face scarier than any horror game I've ever played. Yeah, fucker, did you see it?
Oh, God.
Yikes. It looks like a mask, right?
Yeah.
The lottery is kind of a fraud too, in a way. These kinds of people will never stop taking money from others unless the penalties are heavier. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 350 times.
Still shame on you.
I wonder what the market value for fortune tellers is these days. Don't all fortune tellers do what they did? Thank you. I was beginning to think I was the only one wondering that last question. To say that people are fake fortune tellers would strongly imply the existence of real fortune tellers, wouldn't it? I try to keep an open mind about this kind of stuff, but I also believe that if someone tells me they can see the future, there's a 99.99999% chance that they're either lying or mistaken. So why did these people get arrested when other fortune tellers continue to do what they do? Fortune tellers and psychics tend to walk that fine line between fraud and entertainment by keeping predictions comfortably ambiguous. Assuming these people were smart enough to put an entertainment purposes only disclaimer on their website, they still may have crossed the line by being too specific and saying the victims would win the lottery, quote, today, which could be demonstrably false. Yeah, no, fucking duh, right? That is, unless they try to get off on the technicality that the Japanese language often omits the subject of sentences. So what they said literally translates to definitely winning the lottery today.
You know, it's really the technicality that gets me off. Oh.
Yeah. AI took fortune tellers' jobs.
The fact you woke up is definitely a lottery level luck compared to somebody who's dead.
Definitely. But even with that excuse, the other transgression that lands them in the category of fraud is the clear-cut, repeated attempts to get money out of people. Any law-abiding fortune teller would charge you for a one-time session and let you be on your way. But these people were clearly stringing their victims along in order to get 350 separate payments from one. And that's precisely what distinguishes this fraud from real fortune telling. To put it another way, it'd be like if Disney charged one time to see their semi-naked animals that don't exist do fun stuff, that would be fine. However, if they lured you into some kind of scheme where you'd have to pay them a monthly fee for a hang on, what on earth was that article? Studio Ghibli creates hand-drawn Star Wars anime, start streaming today. What the fuck? Pull this off screen for a minute. Oh, that's an old-ass article from 2022. Holy fuck. We skipped it back then. We're skipping it now. How about that? All right. Nagasaki police get into a high-speed chase with Nagasaki police. We didn't cover this, right?
I
don't think we did.
So.
I think we skipped it last podcast. It's a police chase in the truest sense of the term. One day in February of this year, a patrol car belonging to the Nagasaki Prefectural Police was working a national highway with a speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour, or 31 miles per hour. The only place in the U.S. where you drive less than 45 miles an hour is like a fucking school zone, right? Like when a car tore past them at a speed well beyond the limit. The patrol car quickly went in pursuit, but the other vehicle showed no signs of slowing down with the speed clocked at 102 kilometers per hour, 63 miles per hour. Eventually, the car managed to shake off the police, but not before the officers could take note of the license plate number. Much to their surprise, the license number led them to another member of the same police force. Not only that, but surveillance. How did you not see the fucking sirens?
Probably the personal car, not a marked car.
Yeah, not only that, but surveillance camera video showed that the off-duty officer in her 20s had committed 13 violations of the Road Traffic Act, such as running red lights on the same day. I hope the article ends with a link to the article about the woman who crashed her car because she had to take a leak so bad. She crashed it into that convenience store and ran in to go to the bathroom. Following the full investigation, the officer in question was handed down a 6-month, 10% pay cut by the Nagasaki Prefectural Police on the 1st of May, and her case was submitted to the prosecutor's office to determine if criminal charges she's facing will be pursued. The police officer told police that she was going home from visiting her parents during the holiday and that, quote, I didn't notice the patrol car chasing me. I just want to get home and get some sleep. She also admitted to the charges and resigned on the 1st of May. Police cars are notoriously easy to miss, aren't they? Perhaps I'm reading too much into this, but I didn't notice the patrol car chasing me felt like a subtle dig at her former colleagues. After all, If she really didn't notice the sirens, lights, and person shouting over a megaphone behind her for an extended period of time, she must have been severely impaired in some way. But the fact that no accidents occurred from it would suggest either an incredible stroke of luck or that she's fibbing. Whatever the case may be, readers of the news online were mostly impressed by her driving skills and unimpressed by the police department's response to them. Quote, she's probably better off as a race car driver. They've got to be joking with that 10% pay cut. Yeah, right? I don't buy it. She clearly had something to hide that day. Don't the police have 3.5 liter V6 Crowns? What was she driving? I think the AE86, right? I think in cases like this, she should be investigated by police from a different prefecture. Yeah. She got away with a police car while doing twice the limit. She got away from a police car. Sorry. I would never want to be pulled over by her. What a waste of a good driver. And she didn't get into an accident doing all that. She must have trained on Mario Kart. It wasn't mentioned in the reports, but that ought to be more than enough simultaneous violations to warrant her license being suspended, in which case she'll have lots of time for Mario Kart from now on. So let's all show our appreciation to the police in Japan who work tirelessly to keep us safe from other police in Japan. Fuck, man. I need to get the manifesto done. I cannot keep doing these shows where we gamble on these articles because every one of them has been a miss tonight. One more.
I read the what you had in the doc, and I'm feeling this is going to be a stinker.
The CIA secretly ran a Star Wars fan site, right?
I think this is going to be a stinker.
The site, StarWarsWeb.net, was a covert CIA communications tool. It has pictures of Yoda and C-3PO on it. Wow. Does it now? That's how they convinced them it was really a Star Wars site, huh? Wow. Like these games, you will. Oh! Guess what? It's all right. Don't worry. Stay fucking calm. Oh, yeah, like these games, you will. The quote next to a cartoon image of Yoda says on the website StarWarsWeb.net. Those games include Star Wars Battlefront 2 for Xbox, Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 for Xbox 360, and Star Wars The Clone Wars Republic Heroes for Nintendo Wii. Next to that are links to a Star Wars online store with the tagline, "So you want to be a Jedi," and an advert for a Lego Star Wars set. Wow. I'm more interested in this now. The Civitai news. The site looks like an ordinary Star Wars fan website from around 2010, but StarWarsWeb.net was actually a tool built by the Central Intelligence Agency to covertly communicate with its informants in other countries, according to an amateur security researcher. The site was part of a network of CIA sites that were first discovered by Iranian authorities more than 10 years ago, before leading to a wave of deaths of CIA sources in China in the early 2010s. Ciro Santilli, the researcher, said he was drawn to investigating the network of CIA sites for various reasons. His interest in Chinese politics. He said his mother-in-law is part of the Falun Gong religious movement. Falun Gong, rather. Sorry. His penchant for TV adaptations of spy novels, sticking it to the CIA for spying on fellow democracies. Wow. Santilli says he is Brazilian. Okay. And that he potentially had the tech know-how to do so, given his background in web development and Linux. That and fame and fortune, he said in an online chat. Santilli found other likely CIA-linked sites, such as a comedian fan site, one about extreme sports, and a Brazilian music one. In his own write-up, Santilli says that some of the sites appear to have targeted Germany, France, Spain, and Brazil, judging by their language and content. It reveals a much larger number of websites. It gives a broader understanding of the CIA's interest at the time, including more specific democracies, which may have been targeted, which were not previously mentioned, and also a statistical understanding of how much importance they were giving to different zones at the time. And unsurprisingly, the Middle East comes on top. Imagine that. In November 2018, Yahoo News published a blockbuster investigation into the CIA's covert communication channels and how they were exposed. That exposure originated in Iran before more than 24 CIA sources died in China in 2011 and 2012, according to the report. The CIA ultimately shut down the covert communications tool. In September 2022, Reuters published its own investigation with the headline, America's Throwaway Spies. That article showed how, for example, a CIA informant in Iran called Gulom Reza, I'm not even going to try, Hosseini, was identified by Iranian authorities thanks to CIA sloppily put together covert websites. One of the CIA's websites was that the IP address pointing to the sites were sequential, meaning that after discovering one, it was straightforward for a researcher to find others, very likely in the same network. Abolish the CIA? Like, fuck me, man. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
This is 2010.
Yeah, this is before DEI. Come on.
You think that they thought people were gonna scan IP addresses?
As the Reuters piece showed, typing a password into the ordinary-looking website search bar actually triggered a login process for sources to then communicate with the CIA. That Reuters piece published 2 domains and described 9 of the sites in total. The piece included clues that Santilli was able to use to find many, many more. Santilli found that the file names of screenshots included in the article contained in some cases the URLs of the CIA sites themselves. He then looked them up on Wayback Machine, he writes. He then used viewdns.info to find other related domains, a site that can show you what domains are associated with certain IP addresses. Santilli's own write-up goes into extensive detail on how he uncovers the Star Wars and other sites. It includes all manner of things like digging through a mass of historic domain names, analyzing the site's HTML, and using a small army of Tor bots to bypass the Wayback Machine's IP throttling. He says he did all this research without paying for any data and instead used freely available online tools for his sleuthing. Citizen Lab previously identified 885 total websites following Hosseini telling Reuters the name of the site he used to communicate with the CIA, IranianGoals.com. Eventually, Santilli had a few hundred domains, which he manually inspected as patience would allow. Okay. Zach Edwards, an independent cybersecurity researcher, told 404 Media, quote, the recent efforts to uncover the website CIA used to communicate with their spies all over the world aligns with what I understood about this network. We're now about 15 years past when these sites were being actively used, yet new information continues to drip out year after year. The simplest way to put it, yes, the CIA absolutely had a Star Wars fan website with a secretly embedded communication system. And while I can't account for everything included in the research from Zero, his findings seem very sound. This whole episode is a reminder that developers make mistakes, and sometimes it takes years for someone to find those mistakes. But this is also not just your average developer mistake type of scenario. Santilli said, at the very least, the potential public benefit of enlightening history seems to be greater than the risk now. I really hope we're right about this. He added, it's also cute to have more content for people to look at, much like a museum. It's just cool to be able to go on the Wayback Machine and be able to see a relic spy gadget live in all of its glory, or live, right, in all its glory. Holy fuck, that was dreadful.
You don't want to go to Star Wars fan website and talk to the CIA?
I want to read that article about the engineers that were hired to code and pretend to be that AI.
Oh.
How does that sound as a new SpongeBob?
I don't think that one's
I feel like you're getting desperate here, buddy.
I
You
am.
kill it while it's before it.
To be honest, I don't even know where that article is. So
let's kill it here then.
Just put it out of misery.
All right. I am doing my best on the manifesto. I hope to make major progress tomorrow. I don't know what my work week's going to look like. I'm also going to try to go caffeineless until Anime Expo if I can. We'll see. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Maybe she's a fan of You're Under Arrest. Those girls. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The only thing the guy from Oh My Goddess did that was worth watching. All right. Take care, everyone. I'm tired. I love you. We're on Kick now, but nobody should watch us over there. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to take
Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of furious